Hello world, and welcome to Snap Together Saturday. I think it's been about a week or two, obviously, anyway, 2 weeks or so since my last build, so welcome back. Tonight I am building, as you saw on the preview, the SMP Brave Fighter of Sun Firebird 2 set.
00. Model.
Yes, indeed, finally the Firebird, yeah. Granbird. So yeah, this is the second Firebird set, aka Granbird. Comes in 3 boxes. Count them. 1, 2, 3. First box, Fire Shuttle A. Second box, Fire Shuttle B. Third box is Breaster Jet. So I'm going to try to build them all tonight. If it just gets to be too late and I have to take another night, then I will do so. But I've got a lot of stuff piling up. So yeah, I'm trying to knock some stuff out because stuff keeps coming in, and there's more stuff that I want, and I'm trying to be responsible about this. And I've been sitting on these since like May, I think. I don't know, it's been a bit. So, I'm going to get into it. Okay, let me switch this to my overhead view. It is my workstation.
00. For Dion and Thunder Baron as SMP model, I know they are combiners and complicated.
What series are those from? I'm not familiar with that one. I'm sure they look cool, whatever they are. Also,
00. Firebird series as side character.
Oh, okay. I haven't actually watched much of Firebird, so yeah. Gosh, I remember Thunder Baron. That's right. I haven't actually watched much of the Brave shows. I'm trying to. There's just so much stuff that I'm supposed to watch and yada yada. So I'm buying these for the aesthetic mostly, not out of super familiarity. I've seen like the first 2 or 3 episodes of most Brave shows, but that's about it. Need to watch more of Firebird. Firebird was really good. Had a really good opening. Maybe with the success of all the Might Guy and stuff, they might circle back and do more stuff from the other shows. We'll see. Because I know they only did Firebird, Granbird, and Dryas from Firebird. So we'll see if they can maybe come back and do more. For Gao Gaigar, that does everything under the sun, which is to be expected because it's Gao Gaigar. It prints money. Dagwan and Firebird were not as lucky. Just a main robot and whatever combines with it. Then Might Guy has gotten a good showing for some of the side robots, not all of them, but more than, just the secondary robot, so that's good. And then we'll see what's next. They haven't told us what's next, actually. The next Brave series will be. We'll have to find out. And then building this off camera. No, not. Okay. A, B. I actually did some building off camera just because I've had so much stuff accumulating. So I built since our last meeting, I built the Gundam Lefrith Thorn. I built I just built the Super Mini Claw, Power Dagwan, and there might have been another kit that I built on my own. I'll have to check in my backlog. But I built R1 and R Gun on my own as well. Stuff I wanted to build on stream, but just did not have the time to do so. I apologize, but I just had to knock them out because, like I said, stuff is piling up. That's how it goes sometimes. Okay, so big sticker sheet, but they're all very simple shapes. That's good. I can work with that. 3 instruction sheets. Great Fighbird. Fire Jet A. Granbird. Combination. Okay. put on some background entertainment while I build. So feel free to watch or don't. Let me close that and that and that and that. I'll put that up if I need it. And out of that as an audio source, have I?
If the room itself is floating right now over the...
Yeah, it's only freaking crap.
river, but what a perfect view to kick off Journey Across Japan. My God, look at that view. Sweeping views of the Kinagawa Hot Spring. I knew it's going to be good, right? It's almost as if the room itself is floating right now over the river. But what a perfect view to kick off Journey Across Japan at 10 o'clock in the morning. 10 o'clock in the morning? Oh shit. We've got to get going. We've got a journey across Japan. Shit. Good morning, guys, and welcome to Journey Across Japan, non-stop north. We're standing right now on the scariest, ricketiest bridge I've ever been on with what might be the most spectacular view we've ever started the series on. Kinagawa Onsen, over the banks of the Kinagawa River. Whoa. Now I know what you're thinking, oh, not another video where we started it sitting in a hot spring. To be fair, yesterday was the day from hell. I drove in the tiniest car through the world's biggest city with the world's worst navigator from Tokyo to Tochigi. Go back and watch that. We got a whole car just for this trip, and it was chaos beyond compare. So to be here in the mountains is a godsend. Now, I've always wanted to come to Kinagawa Onsen ever since I saw an article about 2 or 3 years ago comparing it to like a post-apocalyptic wasteland. And to be fair, that conglomeration of abandoned buildings there, it does look like it's about to cave in and collapse into the riverside. And yet, having stayed here last night and walked through the nice side of town, actually, I really like Kinagawa. I think it's really unfair that it got that bad kind of reputation the last few years. It's because during the 1980s, during the bubble era, because we're 2 hours north of Tokyo, when companies were rich and had money to spend, they would come here for company trips and company holidays. And when the money dried up in about 1991, they stopped coming to Kinagawa, and hence all those 5 or 6 hotels now are empty and abandoned. But really nice place, and if you're going to Nikko, I actually recommend maybe staying here. This is kind of what I needed after the chaos of driving through Tokyo. But it's time to go and find Natsuki, meet the team, and get the challenge of the day. And now I've got to make it off the bridge. I'm not kidding. I got on this bridge and it started shaking. Look at the rust. I hear my heart racing. All right, we're going to slowly get off the bridge. Come on, oh my God. These poor women, wondering whether or not to cross the bridge. I took a step and the whole bridge dropped. Why not? Kinagawa isn't all about decrepit hotels collapsing into a river though, as we head to the star attraction of the town, at last to meet the team. So one cool thing about Kinagawa Onsen is they've got mini land where they've shrunk down entire countries into the size of a field. And you can actually see Tokyo Skytree just behind me there, almost to scale, not so mini, but we'll check that out in a minute. First things first though, let's meet the team and get the challenge. In this RV, we have Dave, one of the editors. How you doing, Dave? What are you working on?
I'm frantically trying to get the intro done.
Oh, check this out. Oh, very nice. Yes, good man, good man. Hard at work, I like it. Over here with Ellen, the driver, who's rifling through a bag. Very good. And of course, we have Marcus, another editor here, who's not editing.
Oh, when are we going to be able to eat?
Less questions, Marcus. More work. Next up, we have Paul, the cameraman, whose reflection you can admire in the back of RV number 2. And speaking of RV number 2, here are more amazing editors. We've got Eiji. And Mario.
Hello.
Have fun, guys. Enjoy that. Oh, need a better table. That's very flimsy. And finally, we have Ian, the coordinator, producer, driver, and challenge master, who's prepping your questions. You guys have sent in, I think, like 7,000 questions. Ian picks out 3 every day, puts them in here, and if they're not good challenges, it'll be abroad with redundancy packages. Hey, that was a son of a bit. Anyway, all right. I never get to do this. It's always the guests. But here is our challenge. Goodbye, Amperman. Actually, where the hell's Natsuki? What? I'm not going to open the challenge until he's here. Where's he gone? What are you doing, Natsuki? Nasty. Look at this place, Tobu World Square, the only place in Japan, or maybe the world, where you can see the Louvre and the Empire State Building all in the same shot. Whoa. Tobu World Square, pretty damn cool, right? What do you think?
Oh, compact world.
Compact world.
Thames River clear.
Yeah, the Thames River actually looks good for once. I didn't think of that. All right, challenge of the day, Natsuki. I'll let you do the reading. This is what we've got. One of you guys sent this in.
Oh, try to find a local celebrity.
A local celebrity. We have to find a local celebrity in a place where there are no celebrities.
Difficult.
Why did Ian?
Because Tohoku.
Yeah,
no celebrity.
There's nobody famous up here. Just Natsuki. Famous?
Me. Oh, good.
No, I don't think so.
Complete.
Natsuki.
Yeah.
If only it were that easy. I don't know why Ian chose this in the most difficult place. Maybe someone's going to get fired. Maybe Ian's going to lose his job before the journey's even begun. But all I know is Natsuki's driving today.
Me?
You're driving. Good luck.
Oh my God. Let's drive.
And so, with Natsuki Zilla having trashed Miniland, we hop in the car and leave Kinagawa Onsen behind and begin our 2-hour road trip north to the Fukushima town of Aizu Wakamatsu, our first destination in Tohoku on our 2,000-kilometer journey across North Japan. My God, no sooner did we get in the car, the rain started to pour down. We got kind of lucky this morning in Kinagawa. I have to say, despite its reputation, Kinagawa Onsen was really damn nice. If Journey Across Japan could do one thing, it's dispel some myths about some of these places around the north. And more importantly, look who's driving at last. Hey. How are you finding the car so far?
No good.
Not good. Why?
Because low power.
Low power?
More horse racing.
It's not horse racing, it's a K car. It's fine. I think it's doing pretty well so far, given we've already travelled several hundred kilometres. But we're on our way to Ochijuku, which is this old samurai kind of town. This area, despite being really remote on the border between Tochigi and Fukushima, deep in the mountains, it used to be like a route, like an old kind of road that people used to travel to get up to North Japan. And there's still a few old postal towns from sort of 300 or 400 years ago, and Ochijuku is one of them. The only thing I'm worried about is how the hell are we going to pull off today's challenge? I think the real challenge this morning was crossing that rickety rope bridge, rusted and decaying. But we've got to find a celebrity. Celebrity, a famous person out here. Any ideas?
Maybe Ken Watanabe?
Watanabe. Yes.
Samurai.
Yes. Except he's about 4 hours away in Miyagi, so no. We're going to have to try something else. Maybe there's a samurai? Famous samurai? Don't know. Find out. First things first, let's get to Ochijuku in one piece. I haven't been here in 6 long years, but my God, it's as stunning now as it was then, although it's a little bit wet. To be fair though, it could be worse. In about 2 or 3 weeks' time, this region is going to get some of the heaviest snowfall in all of Japan, and then, well, they're a little bit stuffed, although to be fair, the thatch roofs kind of keep them all warm in there. It's nice, the telephone cables, electricity are also buried as well, so they've done a good job preserving it and keeping it like it looked during the Edo era. Like back when people used to travel around Japan, they had to walk on foot. These sort of postal towns popped up and kept people fed, gave them hotels, places to stay. Only thing is, it looks like absolutely everything is shut, so that's not so good. I guess because there's rain, they just figured nobody's going to come here today. A correct assumption, given I can't see a single person. Anyway, let's go down, take a look. Oh dear, 24 shops, and they're all shut.
Real unlucky man.
We're not going to find food, let alone a celebrity. This is stupid. Oh, God. Oh, stupid town. Wait, what's that? Oh, no.
Oh, you need it?
Wow.
At last, a ray of hope. Civilization. And it seems a massive green onion. Today's challenge is starting to look like a write-off, but don't worry, at least we have onions.
So, usually in this town, they use this massive onion to eat noodles, like a chopstick. And I kind of hoped we were going to do it, but again, the town's shut, so we can just look at it now, dream. And what could it be? They very kindly just let us eat some pickled food. So, I'm going to take some of these pickles, and this pickled radish is my lunch. Yeah, they're very nice though.
Having completely failed to find any lunch, we greedily help ourselves to the sample of pickled foods out the front of the shop. Desperation personified.
There's barely humans here, let alone celebrities. We're stuffed. We just bought some pickles. So people say I'm not very healthy. We're going to spend the rest of the day sitting in our tiny K car eating some rather nice pickles from Ochijuku. Yes, Thank you. Oh, they were nice. Yasashine.
Oh, very kind.
Got pickles and hand
She
warmers.
gave us
Yeah.
Hokkaido.
Demo, nobody famous.
Oh, she's very famous.
You're lying, that's good. We've got to go back to the car and try and find someone before sundown. Come on, let's go.
Oh my God!
No umbrella for you. Well, we've got our pickles. I got you a treat. Present. Pickles and potato chips for the journey. What have you found though? Have you found a famous person?
Yeah, famous person.
Right.
No. Famous cat.
A famous cat.
Aizu Wakamatsu.
Aizu Wakamatsu cat.
So, very famous.
Really?
Yeah, really.
A famous cat. Does that work as a challenge? Famous person, famous cat?
It's great cat.
All right. Well, if you're right, maybe this will do, and then we can go home and die. I'm so cold. It's heavy there. It's so cold and wet and horrible.
Too much junky winter!
Too much junky winter. All right, come on, let's go and find this cat. It better be famous, Natsuki.
Can it be? Has Natsuki actually found a local celebrity? Maybe today isn't a total catastrophe after all. Oh dear, cat puns, what have I become?
So it turns out Natsuki might be onto something. There is, in fact, a cat station master.
heard of this.
So there's a little station called Ashinomaki, and they have a cat with a hat on who works there. It's actually a bit of a trend where they take a decrepit station, put a cat there with a hat, and then people come for it. People come and visit. So it's worth a shot. Technically, it's famous, so fingers crossed. There you go, our famous thing, a cat, Sakura-chan.
On grass.
Yeah, they're actually.
Me too.
It's actually Sakura-chan's day off today, but Ashinomaki has a famous cat, a station master cat. And they put a hat on it, and it sits here, and people travel hundreds of miles just to see Sakura-chan.
Master.
Yeah, station master. To be fair, this is big business. There's a train station in Wakayama where they have a cat called Tama, or Nitama, and it's worth $10 million to the local economy. So clearly, the folks here in this town have cottoned on that there's some money to be had by sticking a cat in some clothes and having it sit in the station. But what day is it today? Wednesday? So yeah, apparently it takes Wednesdays off. So
Holiday.
yeah, holiday. So you get to enjoy this instead.
Looks like Doraemon.
It does a bit.
Doraemon looks.
Yeah. But yeah, shame we weren't here tomorrow or yesterday. But anyway, kind of succeeded the challenge. I don't know. You decide. All I know is
Famous.
it's famous. We're both cold and wet. And we're right next to Aizu Wakamatsu, our end destination. I know a good sauce katsudon place.
Nice idea.
Let's go get some sauce katsudon. Come on, let's go. Oh, look at that. Sauce katsudon, the famous dish of Aizu Wakamatsu. It's deep fried, breaded pork. Look at the thick cuts of pork.
Too
there.
fat.
Very fast.
How nice.
You will be after that. Anyway, cheers, Natsuki.
Oh, cheers.
Before you eat. Good job today. You found the famous cat. Good job.
Famous cat.
And he's so excited he choked to
Oh,
death.
so cute.
It was cute. We didn't see it, but we saw a puppet of the cat. So almost as good. Oh, I'll admit, lots of things didn't go right today. The weather was bad. Ochijuku was closed. The cat was gone. But we had fun, right?
Unlucky.
And that's all that matters. Yeah. My God. Anyway, cheers again.
Again.
I'm gonna drink more beer now. My God.
Too fun.
But tomorrow, guys, we continue our journey across Japan, non-stop north, onwards to Kitakata.
Nice.
Yeah.
Ramen town.
It's the ramen capital of Japan, so we're going to be
nice.
eating a lot of ramen, I expect. But for now, cheers, guys. And
Cheers.
thanks for joining us on the first official episode of Journey Across Japan, non-stop north.
So fun.
He's going to die.
Don don London sauce cat song. Don don London sauce cat song. Why?
Before we begin, thank you very much to Seth, just Seth, for joining the Patreon campaign. Thank you very much for the contribution. Thank you to everyone who helps keep this channel alive, even if it's just $1 at a time. I really appreciate it, and it all goes into just making everything stay on track, really. I was going to say better, but let's be honest, it just keeps it going is what it does. But I'm glad everyone's enjoying it. There is a lot going on. Like I said, we've got a Lego there's a contest for Lego Optimus Prime I'm running. Go watch a previous video for details on that. We hit 800 videos in a row. That's huge. etc., etc. I got a lot that I'm working on for next year. We'll make a whole announcement video for that soon. But today we need to talk about something else that came out that we can do my favorite thing on this channel, which is wildly speculate with absolutely nothing to go on whatsoever. We can just go nuts and lose our minds here. So, there is a listing now for the next Commander Class Studio Series figure, and it is none other than Optimus Prime himself. Now, this should be pretty obvious. This should have been pretty obvious. You know, Studio Series 86 has been mostly dedicated to the 80s, you know, the 1986 toy line and getting modern versions of them out. This, on the other hand, we should have seen coming. Like, if they're doing literally everyone for that movie, of course it's an excuse to do an Optimus Prime at some point, and they're going to do it at Studio Series' most expensive size class. So, what are we getting here? We have no idea. We have no idea. All we have right now is the product code, the EAN number, and everything else is just speculative. So we can take a little bit of what they've been doing recently and kind of learn from that, and then we can wildly speculate on what actually is going to happen with this toy. For starters, let's talk a little bit about the first time they did a Studio Series Commander Class, also the most recent time. Ultra Magnus. I got this one in hand. I will be honest with you, I'm starting to wonder if I just don't like Ultra Magnus's design. Which is weird, considering I've bought most of them. But overall, I'm not terribly thrilled with it. Compared to what I got out of Armada Optimus Prime and Motormaster, I feel like it is desperately lacking as far as just being a Commander class worthy toy. The only real trick it's got going to it is, okay, it's got a matrix chamber, that's fine, and it has the disassembly gimmick, which is okay. I mean, it definitely does represent a scene from the movie at least, but it's not like you can dismantle him to the point where, you know, like he's fully destroyed like he is in the movie. But overall, it's just a really big toy. It doesn't have the play value that the other Commander class toys have had. It's really complex, don't get me wrong. Like, it has things about it that I feel like are straight out of like Masterpiece or third-party playbook. But overall, I don't know. Overall, I think it has issues. Overall, I'm not nearly as happy with it as I am other Commander class toys. So if we're taking a little bit from that, Optimus Prime has technically even less to do than Magnus, so it's kind of an uphill battle here. Let's take, for instance, let's take a look at what was previously the definitive Optimus Prime toy, this being the Earthrise Optimus Prime. This is, for a retail level Optimus Prime, really, really good. Now, it does have its flaws. It is a partial remold of the Siege Optimus Prime, so it does have some extra engineering stuffed into its legs that it doesn't actually use. To its detriment, by the way, because it would have provided a cleaner looking robot mode, which is definitely something I expect the Studio Series Commander to do. But it also has a few other weird issues. This is original stock photo. Between then, like, they made the hands blue after this. Looking at its eyes, it might not even be the normal one. I pulled what was on Amazon. I pulled the image off of Amazon. But for what it is, this is a really good toy. But there are still a few issues. There's a little bit of kibble on the back that you could possibly clean up. Its trailer doesn't do anything. And proportionally, things on this toy are actually off. Optimus Prime himself looks kind of long-legged and a little bit thin in his proportions compared to where I'd like to see him. And the trailer itself is undersized. Once you actually put the two together, it is really apparent. It's really apparent how short the trailer is for what it's supposed to be. This was, you know, a really good Optimus Prime, though. It's still a really good Optimus Prime with a really clever and fun transformation scheme. I wouldn't mind them using that again, if only so they can smooth it out even further and kind of fix that, just the little bits that are still weird with it. Now, that's not the only place they could draw inspiration from. This is the hurdle. This is the hurdle they have to clear. It's already a pretty good hurdle, so they got to make a pretty good leap. But in this case, they could take some nods from MP44. It's not outside the realm of possibility that this is just a smaller MP44. We've seen Hasbro actually go and do things like that with the Generations line, where they will take lessons and engineering tricks they figured out from Masterpiece releases, and they will drop it into Generations figures. The inside-out leg transformation that Masterpiece Sideswipe does, for instance, I've seen Generations toys do something similar like that. It's a really clever trick, and there's modern toys at the retail level that implement it pretty well. I can imagine them taking some of the engineering aspects from this toy. Now, obviously, it's going to be way less complicated than this. It's going to be way less complicated than this. But it wouldn't surprise me if we didn't see some similarities between the two. Now, as far as what the toy has to be capable of, keep in mind, this is going to be focused on the 86 movie, but it also has to be a definitive Optimus Prime. This has to be a piece that Hasbro can reissue a decade from now for the 50th anniversary and so on and so forth. So I'm looking for it to actually get as much right as possible as it can possibly do, but it also has to have a focus on the depiction in the 1986 movie, because that's where it is. Things that could get gated off from the mold for future releases, things that are just not necessary to just do like a nostalgia piece for the 50th anniversary, etc. But I think this is the figure where they should have that in mind. With that said, posability has to be at an all-time high on this figure, because it has to do this, right? And it's not the most complex pose, but there's a lot of things that you have to do correct on the Transformer in order to actually make this look correct. It has to do the pose. It has to do the pose. So expect a high level of articulation. I'm looking for things that we've seen in a lot of modern figures, like, Studio Series Magnus has butterfly joints. I would expect butterfly joints in this Optimus Prime. I might expect an ab crunch. I will definitely expect some double jointing in the knees and the elbows. If you're trying to replicate some poses from the movie, that's going to be a necessity. So articulation obviously has to be a lot higher than typical. Let's talk about the trailer and what the trailer actually has to do. Well, for starters, it has to be colored correctly. We know that that is inaccurate for this. The details on it have to be corrected. We never saw the inside of the trailer in the movie, but if we're going to work in as much as we can for Optimus Prime and make this a definitive release, the repair drone has to actually be blue. It has to have, at the very least, fake missiles that can be attached and detached, so it has the correct look. And as far as like the trailer itself goes, I'd love for them to come up with some extra functionality. I expect this thing to have a lot of accessories. It would be nice if the trailer actually had ports or even containers inside that could store away, the guns, the whatever this is all going to come with. That for me is going to be really high up on the list as well. I mean, let's be honest, the trailer isn't supposed to do much and can't really do much. I would expect it to at least be big enough to store a deluxe inside, so it can actually function the way the trailer is designed to function. That's the only hope I have as far as the trailer itself goes. I want weapon storage, and I want to be able to keep at least something a little bit bigger than Bumblebee inside it. Not universal every Autobot car in Generations, or Studio Series at this rate, but at least some. At least let me put one in there. You know who really has to be in here, and this is something Earthrise did not do, and a lot of people were annoyed by it. We need a roller. We absolutely need roller in this. It's kind of a shame the poor boy did not really get to shine in the Generations line. You had to buy a figure that came with an accessory set in order to get roller for your Earthrise Optimus Prime. That's annoying. That's really annoying. It was like a $50, $55 figure that didn't really seem to have much. A big hollow box with it. You would think they'd have the budget to do, like, even if it didn't roll, it'd be weird to have a roller that didn't roll. But, you know, even then, even if it was just a static piece, at least it's something. At least it's there. And I'd love for it to be able to do more than just roll, you know? We'll get to that in a bit. I have a crazy idea. But hear me out. So when I started thinking, like, what could it come with? I started looking at MP44 because that is an accessory-loaded take on Optimus Prime. So the things you're absolutely going to see is you're going to see the Matrix of Leadership, of course, which better be a new mold. They've been using the same mold for the Matrix of Leadership for a ton of toys now. And I'm really hoping that we get a nice ion cannon, because for some reason they meddle with that design a lot. You saw on the Earthrise one, the barrel of it is like massive because they wanted it to fit a blast effect. Also, they did like a fold-in-half trick on it. As long as it looks like it's supposed to from the movie, you can use his rifle for whatever you want, but just make sure it looks correct, okay? Aside from that, the iconic stuff is going to be included. The Energon axe especially has to be there. I wouldn't be surprised to see the jetpack as well. Remember, it's not just what happened in the 86 movie. It has to be an overall Optimus Prime. The fuel hose I don't think you're going to see. Not only because they try to avoid rubber parts like that, but also it's not really going to do anything. It's always been just like a weird leftover from the Diaclone release. I don't think you're going to see it. Could be wrong, but I don't think you're going to see it. I also don't think you're going to see the Starscream disguised as Optimus optional kit. I think that one's out of the question, too. Any of the weirder accessories, you know, like the stuff Super 7 did for Ultimates, so no basketball, no surfboard, nothing like that. If we're going to talk about stuff that you will get, including stuff that you do not actually see here, expect a flight stand. Because you will have people that want to recreate the big leap over the Decepticons from Optimus Prime's final charge. Because that's the cool moment. So expect a display stand that can actually replicate a lot of that. Be hysterical is if you could swap out the front grille for one that had thrust reflected in it. They're not going to do that, but it would be hysterical. But expect a flight stand. I absolutely expect a display stand in this. Here's one you know they're going to do. Brace yourself for it, because you know it's going to happen. Blast effects. I know. But you know, the second I bring it up, you go, oh no, oh no. Oh no, they are. It is Hasbro's favorite way of bulking out a Transformer and trying to justify the price by putting in about $4 worth of plastic. You're going to see it. Now, here's the thing.
Has had blast effects, so yeah, he's right.
There are certain ways I would accept the blast effects. Now, some cannon shots, yeah, we're going to see some energy blasts that you can stick to the end of the ion cannon. But you know what would work? There's two that I would accept. One is going to be this. Because Optimus literally blasted off at the beginning of that fight. I would like to recreate this, please. But also, one of the blast effects actually represented the damage to Optimus Prime. I don't want the Earthrise version of blast effect damage, by the way, with the little, like, pimples all over Optimus Prime's body. That's going to look ugly. We want this to be a pristine figure. We want this to really represent Prime and be something that Hasbro can use forever. So how about this? It's an image from Sabertron.com. I tried to avoid using it because their galleries are their big thing, but I literally couldn't find any other visual example on the internet. But what if it was effect parts that replicated some of the blasts that Optimus Prime took during the battle with Megatron? And they latched onto him rather than pegging on, so you keep a nice, clean look for the robot, but you still get this, like, mid-combat thing going on. I think that would be really cool. Blast effects like that are kind of rare. They're kind of rare, but in this case, they'd absolutely work, right? To that effect, I'd like it to go a little further. I would like swappable parts that actually showed the damage. yeah, I don't want permanent battle damage. I don't want just one head that has the battle damage and he looks like he's just like at the very end of the fight with Megatron. Later on, as like a store exclusive or something, you could do that. You could remold it so the midsection has the big gash on it so that he has all the little cracks sculpted in so his helmet looks bent up and all that. You could do that as just like a final battle Optimus Prime down the road. But in a package like this, if we're trying to do new stuff and we're trying to make this worth the $90 they're going to ask for it, I'd rather just have swappable parts. Like, just not everything, but like the chest, that piece on the side, and his head. If I could swap those out and show him like really tattered and battle damaged, that would be super cool. I would accept that. Let's go a little bit weird. Let's go a little bit weird, and we'll try to predict what other like just super odd things they can do. One from the movie and one not from the movie. So from the movie, we could be getting his command station. This would fall into line with things like Coronation Starscream, who I know is leader class, but you know there's precedent for them just including big thrones with their figures. Deathsaurus is about to ship out, and he's got a big throne in with him. I could imagine this as well. Now, obviously, this is a lot more simple, but as a display-based kind of thing, or as a component of the flight stand. You know, imagine if this is actually what they base the flight stand on. I could see that. I could actually see that. So that is a possibility. It's a very outside possibility, but it's there. Here's the crazy one I mentioned before. So if you're going to include this, even if this isn't going to have like 86-centric stuff, like battle damage parts and like this command station, it will have the repair drone and it will have roller. And you know what I want? What no Optimus Prime toy has done before? I want this. I want this from Fire in the Sky. It's the only time it ever appeared. It's not roller, and it's not the repair drone coming out all on its own. It is absolutely a unique design. However, the elements are here. Imagine that roller. Imagine if roller actually had the ability to like transform inside out and take on something a lot closer to this shape. Imagine if the repair drone could transform into something more akin to what you see right there on the screen. And imagine the two could combine, and we could have this.
Clunky.
We could absolutely have this.
I don't know.
Super weird, I know.
It's easy enough to
But
paint,
it's something
just...
that would actually give it more play value, and that's what I'm looking for out of a commander class. I'm looking for play value, which is one reason why I didn't like Ultra Magnus so much. He's just big. For $90, he's really just big and doesn't really do a whole lot just beyond be big.
Torso portion, so that's one
This
leg.
is cooler though. I think this is a lot cooler. This would actually give Roller and the drones something to do, and it would make it an overall more viable package. That's what I've got for now. Like I said, this is wild speculation. What I think is going to be in there. It's not going to be all of the things I mentioned, but these are directions that it can go. I think the more interesting discussion that we could have from this is, if you're going to do Prime, you have to do Megatron, right? If you're going to do battle damage on one, the other one has to have battle damage parts you can swap on, right? So you can talk about accessory count that way. Megatron's not going to have as many accessories because, well, you know, outside of like the lightsaber and the gun that killed Prime, he didn't really use anything else in the movie. You can do the same thing, throw in the mace, throw in a Kremzeek, etc. But point being, he doesn't have a trailer and he can't turn the gun mode. So what do you do with an 86 Megatron? That's a discussion for a whole other day. Inevitably, we're going to get that, and we will discuss it then. But for now, that is going to be the video. Please speculate wildly in the comment section. That's the fun of things like this. And as always, I will see you next time.
We parlay with the captain.
You would think a werecroc is going to listen to elvish rules of piracy.
Of course it would be the freaking elves that invented parlay.
I had to think of a quick replacement for the French.
Hey everybody, how's it going? I hope you're having a lovely Saturday morning. Today I'd like to follow up on a video that I did a week and a half ago that could not have been more perfectly timed. This video is titled, Piracy is Completely Justified. Lewis tries Netflix and remembers why. To recap this 20-minute long video with a TLDR, I wanted to watch a television show that my girlfriend was interested in. And because I'm a 35-year-old man, a business owner and an adult, I did not do what I would have done 25 years ago, which is go to some Usenet indexing site and download it for free. I decided that I was going to pay for my content, like a proper upstanding citizen. So I go to netflix.com, I register, and I decide, there's a 4K package. I could get better quality if I pay extra. I have a nice television, let me use that. I pay the extra money for the 4K copy, and I start streaming the television show, and it looks horrible. And then I do a little bit of research, and I figure out how to use some command in my browser to see the stream I'm getting, and I was getting a 720p stream, even though I had paid you for 4K. And it was at this point that I realized that unless I have the right monitor and the right cable and the right graphics card and the right processor type, because apparently certain processor types will not work with this, and the right operating system with the right browser, I'm not going to be able to watch the 4K version that I paid for, which is very interesting because it doesn't say any of that when you're signing up for it. However, if I decided to go the free route, which is use some random Usenet indexing site and search for the name of that television show, for free, I could have downloaded a higher resolution copy than what I would have gotten from Netflix, and it would have played on any operating system, any processor type, any GPU, any monitor of my choosing. There are people who have condescendingly said that this is a skill issue, that I should know all of this stuff before I pay for it, in spite of the fact that when I use any other means of getting content, that it just works out of the box when you double click it. When I go to Fogo de Chao and I pay $140 for a steak dinner, I don't want to have to know all the parameters for cooking it. I'm paying full price for what I got so that I don't have to deal with all of that. That's the whole point. If I wanted, I could go to H-E-B and spend $20 for the same food. If somebody comes to me and pays $300 for a repair, they should not have to know the difference between PP Bus G3 Hot being 8.15 volts and 8.55 volts on an 820-3437, and whether or not that means that the SMC is not running or SMC reset L is low, because they're paying me for a service. I should not have to learn skills to get around your BS that doesn't benefit me at all after paying full price, you effing simp. My point in that video is not that I don't want to pay for things. My point is that companies so often give you a worse experience when you pay than when you pirate. When you pay full MSRP, full asking price, and don't ask for a discount, you should at the very least get an experience that is on par with what pirates can provide you for free. Unfortunately, many companies nowadays, because of the way media companies work, do not respect the user. They don't respect you, and they treat you like they don't respect you, which is why many people turn to piracy. And there couldn't be a better example of this than what you have today with Sony. This is from PlayStation.com. I'm not reading from a news article. I'm not reading from a blog. Discovery entitlements affected titles. As of December 31st, due to our content licensing arrangements with content providers, you will no longer be able to watch any of your previously purchased Discovery content, and the content will be removed from your video library. We sincerely thank you for your continued support. Thank you, PlayStation Store. Now, admittedly, I'm not familiar with most of these. I don't even know if these are TV shows or movies. I'll be honest with you. After 24, Season 8 was over, I kind of opted out of mainstream television and movies. I don't really watch any of this stuff anymore. What's important is the people who have paid for these, that do know what they are, will no longer have them available. And one of the most important parts to really emphasize here is that this is not a streaming service where you are renting something. This is not a streaming service where you get access to what is there. They used a very specific word to describe what was being taken away from you, which I think is very telling. Your previously purchased content will be removed from your library. So this is akin to you purchasing a CD or a DVD or a Blu-ray, and then somebody from Sony breaking into your house, taking that thing that you paid $30 for out of your shelf and taking it back because of a licensing agreement that changed. And this is the problem that we run into when we deal with many modern ways of dealing with content. Even though it's been 23 to 25 years since I first got the internet and a computer that I could use with it, we are still at a point that we were at 23 to 25 years ago where you don't just get a free experience with piracy, because it's difficult to be free. You get a better experience with piracy, which, in my opinion, is inexcusable. If you are charging money for a product, and if somebody pays the full MSRP, they don't nag you, they don't haggle for a discount or anything, they should at the very least get an experience that is on par with piracy. And the reason I bring this up is because there are many people that will say you are looking for an excuse to steal. In your video, what you did is steal. And it's very important to point out that what is going on here is actual theft. You paid for something. You paid for a television show. You purchased it, and they took it away from you. You didn't rent it. You bought it, and they took it away from you. That's stealing. You paid for something, and they took away what you paid for without giving you your money back. Yeah, you could say that it's somewhere in some 89-page contract or EULA, fine, whatever. But at the end of the day, that's a rapey bastard thing to do. This, like, I could say you should have seen the powder I was putting in your drink, or you knew I was giving you 11 glasses of wine, even though you said you're an alcoholic and you make bad decisions on it. But it's just a shitty thing to do to people. And there's this thing that people will say, which is like, you just want an excuse to not pay for something. You want an excuse to steal. And many of these people don't actually understand what theft is or what stealing even is. If Netflix is the content owner, but also the rights holder, and I paid them the full amount that they asked for a 4K copy, and I paid them extra to view in 4K, and they serve me 720p, I am 100% within my right to seek out a higher resolution copy wherever I can get it, because you've already been compensated. It doesn't matter if I use Usenet, BitTorrent, Emu, whatever the hell else it is to get that copy of that content. I paid you for it. I paid you extra for the higher resolution. You did not provide it for me. Since I paid you and I did not get what I paid for, I now have the right to seek what I paid for elsewhere if somebody's willing to provide it to me. I've always been happy to pay for what I find valuable. You know what I have in my garage? You know what I found while I was moving? This is a copy of SUSE Linux 8.1. The reason the version is important is because this version that I got from Best Buy for $79.99 is so old that I bought this while I was going through puberty. My main source of income when I purchased this $80 operating system that was open source, free, and downloadable for free was, I think I was charging $1 to $2 to wash people's bikes on my block with a rag using the hose in the side of my house, and I saved up to buy the things that I wanted. I believe people should pay for what they find valuable, and I believe that by paying for value, this empowers you in your own life to ask for value when you know you're providing it for other people. It's not just for the sake of being altruistic to other people. It's actually good for you to pay for what it is you find valuable, to not weasel out of paying for what you find valuable. But all too often in our modern society, we run into cases like this where companies don't respect your right of ownership, whether we are talking about a vehicle, a MacBook, a tractor, an electric skateboard, or media. Companies nowadays do not respect the right of ownership. They don't even understand the concept of right of ownership, and they seek to take it away with every EULA that they have you sign. And as long as companies are doing everything they can to take away your rights of ownership after you have bought and paid for something, you are morally obligated, I would say, to get back what they stole from you by any non-intrusive, non-violent ways possible. If you purchased any one of these titles from Sony that you see here, and you go to a website that will allow you to download a pirated copy, you have not stolen. They have stolen from you. They have broken into your house and taken a Blu-ray out of your collection. And what you're doing is you're simply getting it back in the least intrusive way possible. Because unlike what they've done to you, which is intrusive, breaking into your collection and taking something from you, what you're doing to get it back through piracy is not intrusive. You're downloading a copy that somebody made after they purchased it. I don't see a problem with that. The more stuff like this happens, the more people are going to say screw it and decide to pirate. And this is the thing that media companies fundamentally don't understand. It's been, again, over 20 years and they still don't get it. When you make people that want to do the right thing feel stupid for it, they will stop doing that right thing and they will start doing what they want to do. I understand this viscerally with my customers. I don't want them to feel like they're being coerced in any way, shape, or form. I said this in the last video, and it's worth saying again. You can look in the video description down below. I run a repair company for the many of the new subscribers that I have that aren't aware of my background and history. I run a component level repair company that primarily focuses on the repairs that most other repair shops just don't want to do. And rather than do the whole, I'm the only one that knows how to do this kind of thing, so you have to deal with me, I do everything in my power to make my skill set and my knowledge and all my information on core failures available to everybody so that you can choose whoever you want to do this repair, maybe even do it yourself, now that you have the knowledge of what is necessary and can refer this knowledge to a local technician or your nephew or whoever else.
The actual body.
In spite of that, I still get business. I don't want people to feel like they are making a decision because I am twisting their arm. I want them to feel like they have every other option available to them, but what I'm offering is such a good and convenient and quality service that it just makes sense to have you do it. Until media companies understand this, piracy will continue to exist. And yes, there are freeloaders out there. We must acknowledge this. There will always be freeloaders that decide that regardless of how much value somebody provides me, regardless of how much they respect me, regardless of how they've treated me, I am still going to take from them without ever giving anything back. You're right. Freeloaders do exist in this world. There are people that you can give a good value to, you can treat as good as humanly possible, that will still treat you like crap and take from you every step of the way. That is true. That is a reality of life in every area. You're not going to change that. But to treat everybody poorly because there are freeloaders in the world is doing a disservice, not only to your customer base, but also to yourself, because in the end of the day, you're the one that's going to lose when you treat people like this. I genuinely believe that there is more money and more benefit in the long term to treating your customers with respect, to treating them like partners, even if there are freeloaders. I'm fully aware that there are repair shops out there that have probably done 1,000 repairs off of my earlier videos where I was giving away as much information for free. The C7771 stuff, the C9560 stuff, the U8900 stuff, the U1950 stuff on the 820-3476s that causes a PM sleep SVRL to go up really quickly. All the stuff on repair.wiki that in some cases, not only have I contributed to, but I've paid people to contribute to, that will never in a million years give away any information to anybody else for free. I realize there are people out there that not only will never give back to me, but that have learned all this information and will never share what they learn with others. There are people that will take in all this good information, and when they learn what goes wrong with the new devices, will never tell a soul. Is that going to stop me from doing what I'm doing? No. And conversely, am I not successful because of that? No. My business is still around. I remember 14 years ago when people were saying, if you give away information for free, you can't treat people like that. Nobody who would want to pay you. I'm still in business. Many of the people that said that are not. Treat your customers with respect. At the end of the day, they will pay you. I don't know, maybe a rarity. Again, I was going through puberty when I paid $80 for Linux. People will pay for what they find valuable. And if you treat them with respect, they will treat you with respect back. I assure you of that. And the people that don't, you're going to have to deal with the fact that a minority of those people are the reality of life. But you cannot shit on everybody else because freeloaders exist. You ruin it for everyone. And you turn people like me that are happy to, again, pay for Linux. I'm like the dude that pays for WinRAR here. Decide, I'm never paying you again. And I want to be clear and clarify that point when I say never pay you again. That doesn't simply mean that I will not pay you and I will pirate your content. That means that I will pretend that your content no longer exists. For me, if a show is Netflix exclusive, I'm not watching it through their website, through piracy, or any other means. I will find media that I want to consume because I don't like giving attention in any way, shape, or form to companies that go out of their way to screw me and treat me like garbage. I forget the guy's name, but it's like on the tip of my tongue. It was something like, you don't have to be worried when people are pirating your content. You have to be worried when people stop pirating your content, because that's when you've truly become irrelevant. That's it for today, and as always, I hope you learned something. I'll see you all in the next video. Bye now.
That's a powerful statement.
Space policeman. Cool.
Welcome. I was hoping you would join. So yeah, about halfway through, I built one half and built the other half of the jet for box A. Box B is the torso basically, and then box C is just a breaster jet. So yeah, that's where I'm at.
Traditional business teaches that margins and efficiency is everything. Traditional business teaches that margins and efficiency is everything. As an owner, your success depends on optimizing costs and driving as much output with as few inputs as possible. Silicon Valley, on the other hand, preaches that speed and product is everything. As a tech company, your goal is to create markets and to be the first mover. All the millions that you burn to accelerate growth is justified as long as you end up owning the market. In the 2010s, there was one startup who possessed all of these ingredients, and by the measures of Silicon Valley and Wall Street, seemed destined to be the next big billion-dollar consumer brand. That company was GoPro. Digital cameras were once a ferocious, fast-growing market where companies like Sony, Nikon, Canon, and Fuji were locked in an endless war. The same market was reduced to scraps in the late 2000s as a smartphone became an adequate replacement for capturing everyday photos and videos. The average consumer no longer needed dedicated $300 DSLRs. The camera market entered into steep decline until the early 2010s with the emergence of GoPro. GoPro took the world by storm with its game-changing cameras. With radically compact design, tiny form factor, high portability, rugged waterproof exteriors, and reasonable picture quality, GoPro cameras were able to capture never-before-seen action and perspectives. GoPros were tough and flexible enough to survive being shot into space, submerged in the ocean, lowered into volcanoes, carried to Mount Everest, and mounted on animals, humans, and vehicles. With GoPro, viewers could now capture up-close, adrenaline-inducing animal encounters, hidden landscapes, daredevil stunts, physical feats, and all other sorts of adventures. From a content standpoint, the videos that users generated with their GoPros were revolutionary and regularly went viral through the 2010s. GoPro videos were also distinct. After you watched a few, you could easily recognize GoPro footage by its trademark fisheye, POV, ultra-wide lens. GoPro was category leading and category defining. The company had effectively created and owned an entire category of cameras. It was the pioneer, the golden standard, and the household name, as GoPro was not just the name of the product and company, but also became the unofficial label for any small, portable action camera on the market. In 2014, GoPro IPO'd with solid fundamentals, boasting over $1 billion in sales and selling millions of units every year in a market where every other camera manufacturer had stagnated. There were still lingering concerns on just how far the business could go on a single product and how big the action camera market would really be. Yet GoPro had to be successful. By the measures of Silicon Valley, the company had single-handedly created and owned the market. By the measures of Wall Street, GoPro boasted decent margins, years of profits, and strong growth without all the artificial subsidies and massive losses that are typical for tech startups. Even if GoPro did hit the ceiling on the action camera market, the prevailing belief was that the company still enjoyed such strong branding and fundamentals that it could always branch out and remain a successful modern consumer electronics brand. Yet fast forward to present day, now in 2023, and less than a decade later, GoPro stock has dropped 95%. Even during the greatest bull market in history, a single share of GoPro stock then was worth less than an order of McDonald's French fries. Saturation is the obvious root cause, as like with any new market, action cameras naturally became commoditized over time. But even if we do know the root cause of GoPro's decline from afar, the company's fall from grace is mysterious in the sense that on paper, none of it adds up. How could a company who had all the right ingredients from the measures of Silicon Valley and Wall Street squander it all in such a short period of time? How could having a market-defining, category-leading product be worth so little? Saturation doesn't happen overnight, so what exactly were the founders and executives up to when the market began to shrink on them? In this episode, we'll cover the rise and fall of GoPro in its three eras, their failures and strategy, and how the company's collapse serves as a crucial reminder on the importance of knowing your market. Between 2010 and 2015, GoPro was in its golden age, a honeymoon era of optimism and prosperity that culminated in a lucrative IPO. While iPhones, Galaxies, and Pixels had all surpassed GoPro in video and picture quality, consumers conceded that smartphones would never match GoPros in toughness and compactness. And the market of people, adventurers, and athletes who needed action cameras looked to be much bigger than anyone had expected. While consumer demand for DSLRs was in decline across nearly all legacy brands, GoPro had been on a tear, shipping more units every year through the early 2010s. This growth was no venture capital trick. Compared to the other tech IPOs in the same period, GoPro uniquely operated in the black. In the company's own words, GoPro was a high-growth startup fueled by a flywheel effect, where adoption led to awareness, which then led to sales. In business, you typically have to spend money to make money. To stimulate growth, you must advertise to drive awareness and then run promotions to accelerate purchases. The flywheel effect is a coveted alternative where awareness and adoption reinforces one another organically in an endless loop to the point where growth becomes self-sustained. Early GoPro users were rewarded for their adoption and usage with internet fame. People who didn't know about GoPro were exposed through the viral videos, of which a subset would be inspired enough to buy their own GoPros. New users would then generate their own content, which would then reach even more audiences, encourage greater usage, and inspire further upgrades and purchases amongst new and existing customers alike. The company saved millions in marketing as they didn't need to convince people that GoPro was cool when its users were spreading the gospel for them for free. User-generated content was GoPro's greatest asset. In the 2010s, the majority of GoPro's business came from retail. GoPro sold its lower-end entry-level camera models in big box retailers like Best Buy, Target, and Walmart to reach the mainstream consumer. Boutique sports and outdoor retailers helped GoPro reach the athletes, adventurers, and hobbyists who had the appetite to spend big on the higher-end models. What was slightly unique was the way that the company used user-generated content as a way to drive in-store differentiation. When you walk into a retail store, every brand on every aisle is fighting for a spot in your shopping basket. For retailers, GoPro went the extra mile to build and install distinct point-of-purchase displays that were as wide as 12 feet, with built-in screens that broadcasted an endless reel of viral user-generated content. If you had somehow never seen GoPro footage before, the company would play some for you to lure you into buying the product. GoPro videos were so new, refreshing, engaging, and exciting that other businesses wanted to get in on some of that virality for themselves, even if they didn't fully understand it. Marriott loaned out GoPros to resort guests and encouraged them to post their videos on social media. LG believed that running GoPro videos on their new 4K televisions would better grab the attention of customers walking by in the store compared to the conventional show reels of nature and sports. And while YouTube was the biggest channel, other media networks jumped on to become official distributors of GoPro content with the hope of adding eyeballs to their platforms. GoPro got its own channel on Xbox, Virgin America Airlines, Roku, Pinterest, Twitter, and partnered with Red Bull, ESPN, Ford, Wimbledon, BMW, and the NHL for content generation. The enthusiasm and appetite for GoPro content gave the company hope that they could make money not just as a camera manufacturer, but also one day as a media empire. GoPro believed it could directly convert views into dollars by licensing user-generated content and producing its own paid original content. Media would be a high-margin supplemental revenue stream that would theoretically feed off the same flywheel that had driven the core hardware business. GoPro went all in pursuit of this future, creating an entertainment division and hiring the flashiest executives from tech and media to lead it. The former CEO of Skype, Tony Bates, the 11-time Emmy-winning former HBO VP Bill McCullough, the former MTV SVP Ocean McAdams, and the former head of original content at Hulu, Charlotte Koh. The entertainment division scaled up to 200 employees who spend their time scouring the internet for user-generated content to license and brainstorming how to expand GoPro from one-off, random, user-generated content into a more traditional, in-house, narrative-driven television series. It's helpful to remember that in the early 2010s, original content was the hottest thing in entertainment. Netflix had just launched House of Cards after seeing Hulu's success, and Amazon fast followed that same year with its own programming. Since original content was so early into production, user-generated content remained the heart of GoPro's marketing, retail, and growth strategies. They had to keep the content factory churning. GoPro regularly ran sweepstakes to incentivize content generation and annually rewarded creators with cold, hard cash. The company focused on simplifying the editing and sharing process so users could create compelling clips quickly and easily. Quote, "We see a future in which GoPro serves as a platform for people to visually express themselves like never before. A future in which their shared experiences and collective content on our platform is as valuable to GoPro as YouTube is to Google or Instagram is to Facebook. We have to enable the capture of great content, then we have to enable the easy management and editing of that content to increase the rate of sharing so that we increase the pool of content that we have. But entertaining millions online through free user-generated content would not pay the bills. GoPro's business would be powered by camera sales for the foreseeable future, even if media and original programming were much sexier topics. Despite the dazzling footage of extreme sports and death-defying stunts, the only way for GoPro to keep up camera sales was to sell to the mainstream masses. The company strongly believed that as long as GoPros were getting easier to use, the total addressable market, or the TAM, would naturally expand from just athletes and adventurers into everyday customers. The product needed to be as simple as possible, and the company perceived the greatest complexity was not in using the device itself, but rather in the post-capture editing process to turn raw footage into entertaining, shareable, view-worthy clips. Quote, "There are concerns that it will be difficult for GoPro to grow beyond our core customer base. We do not believe our challenges include a limited TAM. Our challenge is to make GoPro simple. We're focused on a lot of other things outside of the guy jumping out of the airplane. We like you, keep jumping out of airplanes, but we actually think there's much better uses for GoPro as capture devices. We need to weave GoPro into the consumer's everyday life flow. Take somebody like my wife. She uses a GoPro to capture experiences, but she's not going to hunker down for 3 to 4 hours on a Sunday to offload the video from the camera onto the PC and then edit. As badly as she wants to create that content, there's just no way it would happen. It's not scalable." GoPro is your standard hardware business. It launches a new generation of full-price products every year and discounts the model from the prior year to clear out inventory. Between 2014 and 2015, GoPro launched 6 different cameras and a slew of editing tools in an attempt to simplify the product for the masses. The Hero 4 Black was the highest end model that recorded at 4K for $499. The Hero 4 Silver had weaker video quality but the same display for $399. The Hero 4 Session was a streamlined model at half the size with only 3 buttons but no display at also $399. The Hero Plus LCD was an entry-level model at $299, and the Hero was the most basic, stripped-down, entry-level model with no display or Wi-Fi at $129. The company also teased its entry into the emerging drone and virtual reality markets with a soon-to-be-released $1,000 quadcopter drone and a $5,000 all-in-one rig for recording 360-degree video. Yet just a year after the IPO, there were signs below the surface that the golden age was quickly fading. Revenue had grown from $64 million to $1.6 billion in 5 years from 2010 to 2015. The number of GoPros shipped every year had also quintupled in the same period. But despite shipping a record number of cameras and now catering to the masses, year-over-year revenue growth slowed dramatically from 41% in 2014 to just 16% in 2015. Profitability plummeted as the entertainment division brought on greater overhead and the 6-camera lineup sold below expectations. At first, the company played off the weaker sales as a pricing mistake with the Hero 4 Session. Customers had no interest in buying the Hero 4 Session at $399 when they could just pick up the higher-end Hero 4 Silver that offered a touchscreen display and superior video quality for the exact same price. Sales of the Hero 4 Session only picked up when the company slashed the price down to $199, 4 months after its launch. Quote, "At $199, it's got a lot of people's attention. It's not optimized to be sold at $199 obviously, because that's not what we were originally thinking, so it has challenges from a margin perspective. But on the other side, getting this out is going to be a game changer. I think that a $199 Session is a product that helps us grow the TAM." While every company messes up pricing, GoPro's founder's attempt to spin the situation only revealed his lack of understanding of how markets work. While more people can certainly afford a product when it's sold at $199 versus $399, the total addressable market for action cameras would not change over an adjustment in price, especially for just one specific model. Lowering prices makes products more accessible, but it doesn't increase market size. Whenever Apple increases the price of an iPhone, the total addressable market for smartphones don't shrink. By the same logic, whenever brands discount their products, their TAMs don't magically increase. Markets change dynamically based on macro-level factors like the rate of adoption, business cycles, and changes in consumer behavior. If price was indeed the lever that stimulated Hero 4 Session sales, then GoPro customers were in actuality far more mature than the company believed them to be. If we were to plot where action cameras belonged on the adoption curve in 2015, the unanimous lack of consumer interest in the Hero 4 Session suggests that GoPro was much closer to the undesirable, quote, late majority stage than the compelling early majority. The honeymoon phase of people blindly buying the latest GoPro model at any price point was over. Consumers were no longer so naive, as they knew what they wanted and they based their spend on specific features. As a result, consumers unanimously deemed that the value of a displayless, downsized, reduced resolution GoPro was only worth at best $199 and not the $399 that the company desired. The other problem was that the product lineup was too big. Having 6 different SKUs created confusion and choice overload amongst consumers and retailers alike. The average consumer who had wandered into GoPro and was dazzled by the viral videos found themselves overwhelmed just figuring out which model to buy. Less than a year after their launch, GoPro killed off the Hero, Hero Plus, and Hero Plus LCD products and exited the entry-level market for a $60 million loss. None of these 3 models succeeded in winning over the casual, budget-conscious consumer and was largely only sold as Christmas stocking stuffers. Quote, "We've decided to simplify our product line to a good, better, best offering of the Hero 4 Session, Silver, and Black cameras. When you give the customer too many choices, you confuse them and they often end up buying nothing. Something else we're doing is adjusting our marketing to be more product-centric and to do a better job of communicating the product itself and less about the big visuals that we're known for. As we move into a more mass-market customer, we have to make our value proposition more obvious. Our challenge and our opportunity is to simplify GoPro, and when we achieve that, we think we can significantly reignite the growth that we've been known for over the years." Between 2016 and 2019, GoPro entered its second era, where the company's continued misunderstanding of markets and customers sank the business to massive losses. During the golden age, GoPro had peaked as high as $80 a share. Now, during the second era of doom, the stock nosedived to as low as $8 a share. Investor skepticism turned into pessimism as the company committed blunder after blunder. GoPro's revenue was dependent on selling more cameras every year, and like every hardware vendor, the company needed flashy new products with fresh bells and whistles every year that would attract new customers and encourage existing ones to upgrade. But beyond marginal improvements in recording quality, action cameras were reaching maturity. For a product that small, whatever easy innovation possible had already been wrung out. The annual release cycle made innovation even harder, as ideation, experimentation, and development had to be crammed within 10 months or less in order for features to make it in time for the annual release. With fewer cameras being sold, GoPro aggressively locked software improvements to the latest models and refused to discount the previous year's models to capture every dollar possible. New GoPros in this era received minor enhancements like voice commands so users could tell GoPro to stop and start recording just like Siri, improved performance in low light conditions, marginally better video stabilization, and updated Wi-Fi cards. The biggest improvements came in data transfer, where the company rolled out cloud capabilities and an SD card reader for smartphones. The latest GoPros would auto-upload photos and videos to GoPro Plus, the company's new cloud subscription service. Yet the Hero 5 and Hero 6 lineup both sold below expectations, as customers predictably saw these features as too plain to be worth paying premium launch prices for. Overall revenue dropped by 30% in a single year, from $1.6 billion in 2015 to $1.1 billion in 2016, and continued to regress in following years. GoPro was once again forced to slash prices by $100 on the Hero 5 and Hero 6 cameras just 3 months after their launches just to drive sales. The company looked to other markets to be the answer to their camera woes, and in 2016, GoPro launched Karma, its long-awaited $1,000 drone product. But just how GoPro had created and dominated the action camera market, DJI had done the same with drones. And it was Sony, not GoPro, who provided the camera components for DJI's products. The hard truth was that the GoPro Karma at launch failed to meet the existing product standards set by the incumbent. Karma supported only 18 minutes of flight time, whereas DJI's Phantom boasted 27 minutes and the Mavic 28 minutes. In the air, Karma was limited to ranges of 3 kilometers, while DJI's Phantom and Mavic could go up to 5 to 7 kilometers. And in a straight line, Karma flew 5 to 10 miles per hour slower than the competition. Consumers had little reason to choose Karma when they could pick up an objectively superior drone from DJI for the exact same price. If GoPro's plan was to win market share from DJI, then Karma, in pricing and performance, was not the right drone for the job. Being late to the party is unwise, but arriving with inferior yet equivalently priced products is reckless. Just 2 weeks after its launch, consumers reported that their $1,000 Karmas were losing power mid-flight, falling out of the sky, and crashing to pieces. As more and more users experienced this fatal error and shared footage over the internet, it became clear that GoPro had not done the proper testing and even lacked the engineering expertise to explain what had gone wrong. The company recalled all shipments and took Karma off the shelves to conduct a proper investigation and repair. By the time GoPro relaunched Karma 3 months later in early 2017, the landscape had completely changed. The drone industry had dramatically slowed due to regulation and consolidation. Hype died when it became apparent that drones had little real-world application beyond photography and film. And like the action camera market, the drone market was declining even faster than it had grown. As the money ran dry, the entire drone ecosystem collapsed as smaller manufacturers and software vendors went bankrupt. By 2018, DJI had conquered what little remained of the drone market and left the crumbs for GoPro. Already saddled with a declining camera business, GoPro had no choice but to pull the plug. The company discontinued Karma, laid off the entire aerial division, and conceded that drones had become too niche and too low value of a market to continue competing in. GoPro's drone business, for all the hype and millions invested, had lasted just 10 months. The regression in the camera business, the poor Karma launch, combined with the overhead of the entertainment and drone divisions, put GoPro deep in the red with a massive $400 million loss in 2016. Consumers had binged on GoPro content in the prior era, but now by the late 2010s, viewers were getting tired of action camera footage. The videos were less engaging, less exciting, and more redundant, stale, and predictable. As a result, the company's ventures into original programming and licensing fell apart as consumers didn't see enough value out of GoPro content to justify paying for it in any form. The company gutted its entertainment division, laying off all 200 employees and paying over $30 million in severance just to get all the execs out the door. To reduce annual operating expenses by another $200 million, GoPro cut headcount and outsourced its software development and accounting to Romania and the Philippines. Losses improved over time with the cost cutting, but the company was stuck. The markets that GoPro had bet its future on, in virtual reality, entertainment, and drones, had all turned out to be worthless. The only business that it could really count on was the declining, shrinking action camera, the very same market that the company had created less than a decade ago. Quote, Karma has been the #2 best-selling drone in North America. The problem is that as we look towards developing the second generation of Karma drones, we recognize that to be competitive, the margins were going to continue to be very thin, even at a $1,000 and above price point. It became clear from the data that our customers want a more convenient mobile-connected GoPro far more than they want a drone. Our customers want to buy GoPros from us. Our customers don't want media and entertainment business from us. They don't want professional solutions from us. And they don't really want drones from us. They want better GoPros at attractive prices. By 2018, GoPro had run out of both ideas and credibility. The only answer GoPro could cobble together to potentially resuscitate the fading action camera market was to empower users with once again a better editing experience. The company leaned hard into smartphone apps, where everyday consumers in a few taps could retrieve their GoPro footage from the cloud, clip it, add text, overlay a filter, add music, and share it directly to social media. GoPro shamelessly called one of these features Quick Stories, a direct ripoff of Instagram and Snapchat. Predictably, these investments in editing did not alter the market's downward trajectory. Power users laughed off GoPro's mobile apps and continued to use their desktop editors, while the vast majority of consumers remained satisfied with the basic native editing tools and cameras that came with their smartphones. The number of annual GoPro shipments declined from 6 million units in the prior era to just 4 million by 2019. In the face of undeniable decline, GoPro's founder offered up to Wall Street one of the most embarrassing excuses ever made by a public company. It's become clear that our customers are expecting either a significant upgrade every year or a significant discount in the previous year's model, and this group is larger than previously understood. This may seem obvious, but we didn't understand the repeat nature of our customer. We've learned that not everybody is upgrading every year, and that people are in different phases of their upgrade cycle. It's important that we have something to really wow our customers and compel them to update or become a new customer. We also recognize that we can't leave our older products out at its original pricing. That's what really hurt sales when we left our $299 and $399 cameras out for a second year in a row at the same prices. Perhaps more importantly, we don't have any significant direct competition to help us. AT&T has Verizon, and Ford has Chevy, who will take market share from them when they make a product or pricing mistake. In GoPro's case, we have competition, but we don't have a direct competitor to help us benchmark our business. We've had to learn about our market all on our own. I'd like to add that it's important not to confuse a lack of profitability or revenue with a lack of demand. When we lowered prices by $100, we saw a significant uptake in sales, which signifies that demand is good for a GoPro when our products are priced appropriately. It's said that admitting you have a problem is the first step to recovery, but for a billion-dollar global consumer brand that at this point had been around for nearly 20 years, to admit its own ignorance of the very market it had created is an unbelievably shocking level of incompetence. For years, GoPro had thumbed its nose at its power users while it chased the masses. The company had built and marketed whatever it guessed would appeal to the average consumer. By finally admitting what they didn't know, GoPro was able to reset its product strategy with a new emphasis on listening to its power users. Even though this pool was shrinking, these were at least people with a genuine need for action cameras who didn't mind juggling SD cards, didn't require dumbed-down video editors to get value out of the product, and had been GoPro's most loyal customers. In the final years in the second era of Doom, between 2018 and 2019, GoPro cameras achieved greater leaps of innovation through the simple exercise of building the features that its customers wanted most. Highlights included the hyper-smooth in-camera video stabilization that eliminated the need for gimbals, stronger microphones that performed better underwater or in high winds, a redesigned user interface on the rear touchscreen display, and built-in fingers to eliminate the need for separate mounting frames. By directly building what power users asked for, GoPro benefited with greater sales predictability and stronger sales of the higher-priced high-end models where profit margins were the largest. The Hero 7 and Hero 8 lineups were better received than previous generations, and the collective improved commercial performance stemmed the bleeding in terms of revenue and shipments. When combined with the earlier cost-cutting, GoPro succeeded in narrowing its losses, but the overall market was still on the decline. GoPro is now in its third and present-day era of dead brand walking. From 2020 onwards, the company has devolved into a zombie of a business that has leaned into just about every investment trend in the hopes that Wall Street will look upon the stock more favorably. While retailers had been critical in earlier eras, GoPro now needs to capture every cent. And COVID provided the perfect opportunity and backdrop for GoPro to consolidate its offline business to only the biggest and best performing stores. The company pivoted to direct-to-consumer and encouraged customers to buy direct through GoPro.com, where no money had to be split with a middleman. It's strange because in the first ever modern NBA episode on Casper, D2C companies had flocked to retailers for growth, whereas GoPro is now doing the opposite, fleeing retail to go direct-to-consumer. The retail channel, which historically delivered the lion's share of GoPro sales, is now the minority. Reoccurring revenue and high-margin software services has been all the rage on Wall Street, and GoPro has attempted to reinvent itself as an efficient, subscription-oriented, service-based business. The company has significantly beefed up its subscription offerings in this current era, and regularly crows about its growing subscriber base as a sign of momentum. For just $50 a year, consumers can get discounts on accessories, discounts on the newest GoPros at launch, auto-upload services, unlimited video storage, and even insurance for damaged cameras. Quote, subscription is the financial engine of GoPro. It's now where we make the most money. It's the fastest growing product line we've ever had that adds real value to whoever buys a camera. We're not just hardware anymore, it's now hardware and software, with the software component being very profitable for GoPro. Meanwhile, on the product side, GoPro does appear to be finally thinking about hardware in the right ways. These days, GoPro is taking inspiration from the automobile industry and thinking about its camera as a platform rather than a standalone product built exclusively for action. Car manufacturers leverage an underlying set of common internals and components that they call, quote, car platforms, and they use car platforms to build a variety of different models in a cost-efficient manner. Everything on top of the car platform, like its interior, exterior, and body, can be distinct, whereas everything below within the platform, like the chassis, steering, power engine, and axles, remain the same. A car manufacturer can build an SUV, a sedan, and a hatchback off a single car platform. Along the same lines, GoPro sees its camera as a car platform or a Swiss Army knife that with some tweaks can be easily extended to other use cases and repurposed for adjacent markets. Quote, the hero camera is a jack of all trades, but with that comes a lack of specialization that some tip-of-the-spear customers really need or desire, and it also comes with some excess that people don't need. The hero camera ends up being more than what they actually needed or sometimes not enough. We're very focused on identifying what are the particular challenges that people are having. If we make a new camera but base it on the existing hero technology, then we can break the mold in terms of the camera's form and purpose and then deliver for these people. They've indicated that they're willing to pay even more for these types of specialized solutions. GoPro so far has rolled out 2 such models, the first being Bones, designed exclusively for drone use, which was just a super condensed variant of the then flagship Hero 10. The second has been the Creator Edition, which bundles the flagship Hero 12 with a tripod, wireless remote, extended battery, and LED lights to enable out-of-the-box vlogging. It's not difficult to think of other avenues where a repurposed GoPro could have value. Body cams for civilians and security guards, dash cams for everyday driving, all come to mind as markets still in need of such a specialized solution. Despite the clarity and product direction, the reality is that GoPro's core business is still a disaster and something even millions of subscribers paying $50 a year won't change. GoPro grossed $1.09 billion in 2022, which is less than what the company made 8 years ago in 2014, and back then, a dollar was worth far more than it is today. Annual camera shipments have plunged 35% in 5 years as GoPro ships less than 3 million units a year these days. The only silver lining here is that thanks to the focus on power users, the company has been able to raise prices year after year in order to mitigate the loss in volume. In 2021, GoPro finally reversed its streak of net losses to report a spectacular positive net income of $370 million. But on closer look, the actual net income that year was just $55 million. GoPro had received a massive $281 million tax benefit that year, which inflated the real net income by 4 orders of magnitude. These days, the company nets less than it did nearly 10 years ago. And yet in the hopes of appeasing Wall Street, GoPro has gathered the funds and announced their intent to buy back $100 million of stock, an amount that, as of writing today, would buy you an entire quarter of the company. There are 3 lessons worth highlighting with GoPro, and the first is that business is about curation, not creation. Business is more listening than prescribing. In a world of finite resources, the real product skill is in curation. Choosing not to do something is just as meaningful as choosing what to do. And in this regard, staying close to the market and keeping yourself within the information flow is critical so you can understand what people are doing, what they want, and if it's really worth building what they say. While the action camera market was and will always be small, GoPro accelerated its own downfall by deviating from reality and trying to predict the future and guess what people would want. GoPro was so eager to invent the uninvented that it went all in so quickly into so many unproven markets without performing the proper due diligence. What is second place in the drone market really worth? Who is actually willing to pay to watch GoPro content? Why is GoPro content actually viral? And why would companies pay to license GoPro content for their own commercial use? As a result of being pulled into so many different directions, the company over time lost touch with its own customer base. Yet the hard truth is that none of the mistakes that GoPro made over its 3 eras were truly that bad. Blunders in pricing, product, and strategy are unavoidable taxes that every startup and every small business pays before it matures. And this is where the second lesson comes in. Pricing too high, releasing too many SKUs, making the wrong bets, and having product flops are all mistakes that every company goes through in its lifetime. No business is perfect, and Apple, Samsung, and Sony have all made these mistakes in their hardware at one point or the other. The problem is not that GoPro made all of these mistakes, or they made too many of these mistakes at once, but rather that the company made them for so long, and it was only when things hit rock bottom did they realize that it was a mistake. As an example, it took GoPro 9 years to realize it could repurpose its core camera to specialize in other use cases. 9 years is an astonishingly long time for what feels like a textbook response that any company in the world would make when faced with a declining market. And this fundamentally has more to do with leadership culture and attitude than anything else.
Tiny sticker.
GoPro is a founder-led company. Just like Kevin Plank in the Under Armour episode, Nick Woodman is the single common ingredient across all three eras of GoPro. While Kevin Plank regularly preached his nonsensical worldview at Under Armour, Nick Woodman, in comparison, was always level-headed and calm. Sure, Nick was guilty of taking the visionary Steve Jobs persona far too literally on stage at GoPro events. He also had a poor understanding of how markets worked, and his bets into drones and entertainment were failures. However, it is conceivable how someone in his position, who was seeing the constant virality of GoPro content and the unflappable excitement over drones, would naturally believe in these markets as viable extensions of a core business. The strangest part about GoPro is the consistent absence of urgency and intensity that you would expect from founder-led companies. Mistakes are regularly downplayed like they're not a big deal, and it feels like Nick shrugs them off like standard business lessons rather than massive blunders that ended up costing employees their jobs and his own company a future. While Nick's net worth has naturally plummeted with the share price, the truth is that his financial well-being is not dependent on GoPro's future. Like all founders, Nick had bagged his riches at IPO. He'd bought a $40 million super yacht, a $20 million ranch, and was the highest paid CEO in America, ahead of even Apple's Tim Cook and Disney's Bob Iger. When GoPro's business and stock collapsed in subsequent years, Nick's net worth declined just as dramatically, but he had already made enough from the IPO alone to last him several lifetimes. Just like with Kevin at Under Armour, it seems that Nick enjoys the spotlight, the fame, and the sense of purpose too much to walk away. The slow pace, the sluggish progress, and Nick's largely casual, nonchalant attitude about everything all give off the impression of a founder who's just going through the motions.
Missed pricing call in Q4 of 2017 has resulted in a phenomenal win for the consumer, and we now have the best $199, $299, and now $399 products that we've ever had in the history of the company.
Early days, we didn't do any consumer research, but we didn't have the right approach. We didn't have the right skill set, and I think we maybe took on too much too soon, and we would have been better served, I believe, to stay, hindsight's 2020, but to stay very focused on what our core purpose, I believe our core purpose in the world is, which is to help people capture and share experiences that would otherwise be difficult to do.
What we found was, and what we've learned ultimately, is that not everybody needs a GoPro. We don't need to make GoPro relevant to everybody to be successful and have a growing and profitable business. We need to recognize that a GoPro is a tool for active doers in the world that are engaged in activities that create use case challenges that can't be solved conveniently with a phone or with a different type of camera.
When you get to a stage where a McFlurry costs more than a single share of your company, it just seems so obvious that $100 million would probably be better spent on new leadership and moonshot projects rather than share buybacks. One characteristic that is often overlooked in leadership is hunger. Do you have that intensity, drive, and determination to achieve greatness? Conversely, if you've accomplished everything you can, what really is there left for you to do? Since Nick has already made his riches and etched his place in history as a successful entrepreneur, it makes no material difference to him whether GoPro now succeeds or fails. In short, what Nick lacks is skin in the game. What GoPro needed back then, and now more so than ever, is a leader who's hungry for success and will fight tooth and nail to turn things around. While Under Armour suffers from a founder who does too much, GoPro suffers from a founder who does too little. A shrinking market is difficult, but not impossible to overcome with the right spirit, commitment, and discipline. It really makes you wonder how different things would have turned out for GoPro if its leaders had not been so complacent and had acted with greater urgency before the walls closed in. The last lesson is that it's ultimately workflows that shape markets. For the longest time, GoPro held onto the theory that if they just made editing easier, consumers would flock to buy their cameras. And the company tried a variety of tools over the years to simplify editing. But if we zoom out and we plot out the entire workflow of all the steps a user would need to take to be successful with their GoPro, there are 5 stages: capture, transfer, edit, upload, and share. Editing is certainly one of the most complex steps that requires the most time, effort, knowledge, and skill. But there's an argument to be made here that the very first step in capture is actually the hardest. It's significantly more complex, demanding, and critical to the entire workflow. Action cameras thrive at capturing premeditated physical activities, meaning you have to know what's going to happen, when it's going to happen, how long it'll last, and who will be involved. And you need to know all these things for lighting and for the best shot. Yet for the vast majority of people in the world who don't regularly participate in noteworthy physical activities or want to do so much mental planning for a single video, they'll fail at the capture stage and never even make it to editing. A better editing experience would not make the capture portion easier, and it would not change the conditions and requirements for an action camera. The fall of GoPro is a powerful contemporary lesson on markets and strategy, as it is a tale about founder-led companies and the dangers of going public. GoPro is a prime example of a company that would have likely enjoyed a much better fate if it had stayed private and operated without the unrealistic demands of infinite growth. But at the same time, if GoPro hadn't IPO'd, then Nick and his investors would not have received their life-changing payouts. While GoPro is still recognized in Silicon Valley and Wall Street as a pioneer, it seems more certain now than ever before that, like many other inventors through history, the company will die a quiet and penniless death.
That was fascinating. Don't think I actually needed all that, but whatever.
This is the pinnacle. Everything else is trash. Hello, I'm Justin. And I'm Kyle. And we are the Mirror Twins. And today we're talking about Transformers. A love of this man, as you can tell. I asked Kyle, can you explain what makes a good Transformer and what makes a not so good Transformer? Because there are no bad Transformers. There's no such thing. There's just less good ones. This was actually a difficult question. You said to gather some Transformers as examples for my collection. I was like, oh, okay, I'll just do. And then when I started looking at them and playing around with them, this was kind of a difficult question to answer. So I did a little bit of research and then different things to different people, of course. There's a lot of people who, we talked about this before in one of our other videos about just getting posable statues. And there's Transformer collectors that want posable statues. Really? Even though the point of it is that it morphs into something else? There's a part of the Transformer fan base that just wants... Okay. Yeah, they get it out, they transform it once or twice, they put it in a cool pose, and they put it on their shelf, and they don't touch it again. Wow. And I can't believe that with Transformers. It was tough for me looking at the different things, like what makes a good Transformer. It's personal, I think, and it depends on the person, because I don't like posable statues. I like toys. I like things that you can play with. I like things that are more durable and stuff you can mess with. So I have different categories for you. He does not know what I brought. This is not set up. I have no idea. I've not looked in the box. One of the rules I did say is try to stick to modern, right? So no nostalgia. He's not going to pull out G1 Optimus and says, this has never been topped. No, because it's unrealistic. Ridiculous. So the first thing I brought was G1 Bumblebee. I told you this wasn't planned. Wow, okay. No, the reason why is because we were talking about something some people call desk formers. Just something you can play with. Something you can have on your desk. Something that's easy to transform. I call them fidget toys. They're Transformer fidget toys. They're Transformer fidget toys. This is the second run. This is from 1985. This is our original that we had when we were kids. So you can explore that with your digits. He's floppy. I do have the Recreate, which gave him a cartoon accurate head. Yeah, but there's the original. Awesome. The OG desk formers. So it's something you can play with, something that's easy to transform. He looks good. Quick back and forth. It's fun. It's easy to do. And he looks exactly like a penny racer, which is what he was supposed to be. So are we ranking these, or are you just bringing examples? I'm bringing examples. Okay. And then you can tell me what you think. So he looks good. Quick back and forth. It's fun. It's easy to do. And he looks exactly like a penny racer, which is what he was supposed to be. So are we ranking these, or are you just bringing examples? I'm bringing examples. Okay. And then you can tell me what you think. So we're not doing G1 except for him. Okay. So this will never be topped. No. This is the pinnacle. Everything else is trash. Okay, so coming out next, do you know this character? That is Thunderhoof. This is Thunderhoof. Very good, very good. Nice work. Have you ever experienced this toy? No. So one of the other aspects that I think makes a good Transformer is an interesting transformation. Okay. Something that's not difficult, but it's clever. So someone who has so much experience with Transformers, could you kind of explain that a little more? You mean like the chest doesn't come from the hood, the legs don't come from the back, right? Like that's something you've seen over and over and over again. Right. So you're saying an interesting transformation is a new way. It moves, because it all has to go somewhere. Because this is, you know, they're kind of like puzzles. They have to form a humanoid shape. Most of the time they're humanoid shaped. And if you do it in a way that you're not expecting. For instance, this is his head. There's his face. Oh, yeah, he's just sticking out right there. These are his feet. These front wheels are his legs. Okay. Back here, those are his hands. Those are his hands. These are his hands back here. So he's like, he's doing some crazy yoga pose you've never seen before. He just excreted his gun, which looks like a chainsaw flamethrower. So this guy would be your great example of really interesting transformation that's not complex. No, he's not. And that's a good distinction to make. Interesting, but not complex. The way everything moved, he looks pretty good. He is kind of small. The character, I think, was a little bit bigger in the show. He looks nice. He's got a cool weapon. Can't remember the actor who was voicing him. Someone who had played mob bosses, and that was his character in the show. This was Robots in Disguise. So Robots in Disguise had an interesting thing with the bad guys. A lot of them were animals. Those are animal-like characters. Some of them didn't have humanoid shapes at all. Yeah. But he was one that did, but he still maintained some animal form. And it wasn't explained. It was just the bad guys were like animals. Yeah. And he was so cool because how many tractor Transformers are there? He's such a weird hodgepodge of ideas, but it worked. Like it made sense in the world. He's a blue Transformer. I guess is not significant. I was going to say, how many blue Decepticons do you see? Oh, Soundwave. Okay, never mind. Forget I said anything. Thundercracker. Thundercracker. Okay, shut up. Got like some sort of weird stag horn. He was a weird tractor. Pretty posable. Due to transformation, he does have a waist rotation, waist swivel. Once again, this is an example of interesting transformation. Just surprising things. Like, you know, how the back of the tractor was his hands and the front of his tractor was his head, and then they had to join up. Next on the docket, this is another one, clever engineering, so he's a little more complicated. Do you know this character? I don't. Is he G2? He is... Or end of G1? End of G1. This is Spinister. You know, your old fan favorite. He has one of the greatest names of all Transformerdom. This was specifically taken from one of the comic books. Now, the way he looked. I did want to mention, we were talking about we're going to stick to newer. You did bring out a G1. He's several years old. How old is this one? This is Siege. So this is not that. It's a nice little cool looking attack helicopter in the very garish colors. In the comic book, he was drawn where he had 2 cockpits, one for each leg. So, well, how do they do that in a toy for a helicopter that only has 1 cockpit? The fun doesn't stop there. No, it does not. Because the way this thing folds. That presents an interesting problem to the Transformer engineers, where it's like the vehicle mode looks like this, but the character looks like this. Suggestions, guys? Brilliant. Yeah, it's great. And then he has the double cockpit that he had in the comics. The other one just tucks up underneath. So this is another example of an interesting transformation. Does something unique, something different. He's dance fighting. Dance shooting. Yeah. Pew, pew, pew. They're rave guns. They only shoot a good time. They shoot LSD. Whoa, we're not saying that in our channel. All right, who's next? Okay, here's Simplicity. All right, this is... Your reaction is amazing. What is this? This is G2 Grimlock. Now, they did make a G2 Grimlock, but this is based on concept art. How old is this toy? You can get this currently at Walmart. And you should, because this is amazing. It's huge. Yes. It tells so fat. Well, it's like the show. It's cartoon accurate. So based off the cartoon, not the toy. And I assume there's a recolor. They made the regular one too? The regular one they made a couple years ago. This is an example of simplicity. This is such a very good toy. It's just super simple. It doesn't really do anything clever, but it works. Everything works. Does it transform just like the G1? You have to rub his belly. Let's camera. Simplicity! Shut up. And there you go. Me, Grimlock, totally radical. He is totally radical. Purple underwear. Me, Grimlock, ready for bodacious time. Wow, okay, simplicity.
And he's huge.
What makes a good Transformer? Simplicity.
It doesn't have to be complicated. It just needs to be fun. All right, so we'll flip gears to, let's go to complicated. You want to go complicated?
So complicated is a reason, even though simplicity is a reason. Complexity could be a reason as well.
It's what you want. This is just clever. So this is Hot Rod, but this is the Shattered Glass version. Let's try to pick different ones. If you look at the car looks really good. It's really close to screen accurate.
But complex doesn't mean difficult to transform.
No.
Complex means number of steps.
Number of steps. And look at that.
That's a gorgeous looking toy.
Yes, he looks so good as a car, and now he looks so good as a robot.
Man, that's streamlined. Like, he has a bit of a backpack, but
He's got the
so
fin.
streamlined and gorgeous. And he
very
still
posable.
maintains the waist swivel. Wow!
Super posable.
So complex, but not difficult.
Yes.
Is another thing that makes a Transformer good.
So he does have some more features. He came with a lot of extras, kind of like the gargoyles, to fill up the price point. So he came with different things. And look at that stash.
I know, that's a
evil stash.
I wish I could grow a stash like that. And his is permanent because it's metal. It's welded on, it's literally welded onto his face.
So here's an example of an excellent use of a gimmick. This is Skybite.
Would you explain anyone new to Transformers when a Transformer fan says gimmick? What does that mean?
Okay, for me, it has some sort of action feature. It does something. It's a firing missile, or if it's a blade that flips up, or something like
Spring-loaded something.
Spring-loaded something or another. This has one of the best implementations of a gimmick that I remember, because it's non-intrusive. And so he has a cool alt mode.
The Hammerhead Shark, which you never see.
Yeah, you never see. He's got the jaw right there. No. Sharks have jaws.
They do. So I haven't seen a gimmick yet. I was expecting like a auto transformation or something.
Take a look at him, and he's got the cool crown.
The trident head.
The trident head.
I thought he was a bad guy because he was a Hammerhead Shark, but no, he's a good guy.
No, he's good. Fishbone,
Shark
whatever.
Bone, scales, whatever. Okay.
All right, and if you mess with him,
so he can go into half mode and bite you.
Yes.
Oh, cool. So a gimmick that's really well integrated, because Transformer fans, adult Transformer fans, hate gimmicks.
Yeah, because they're usually intrusive. They usually stop the character from turning their head. It doesn't impede his arm. His whole arm isn't taken out with a gimmick, because sometimes they don't have posability in their arm because the arm does something. It flips out or something.
Or sometimes their transformation has to be really simple to house the gimmick.
Yeah, they did this one where this whole armor would flip over their head. You would barely touch it and the armor would go off. So easy to do, and you just push it down like that. It works really well.
Hammerbite. Hammerbite. So, to review, we have interesting transformation, we have simplicity, we have complexity, and then we have interesting gimmick that works in the toy's favor.
Yeah, it's non-intrusive, and it doesn't really impede the posability and just the character. Let's see. Well, I have G-Axis here.
G-Axis. Okay.
For comic book verse G2 universe, and he's one of the only Transformers I can think of that comes with his weapon and then a bootleg version of the same weapon.
He has the toy version and then a cool version of the same exact gun.
So this is the first time this character's ever gotten a toy.
So he was a big deal in the comics, right?
Yes.
Both the US and European comics, right?
I think so, yes. I'm not super familiar with the character, I just really like the toy.
Transforms into a generic 90s spaceship thing.
Well, I guess I want to say this first, because somebody had mentioned that when they were talking about the most important look for a jet is the side. I was like, really? It should be the top. And that's a really cool look. I mean, he looks like a dart. He looks so mean. He's got the red tip like he's going to explode when he hits you.
Yeah. But
his
his
got a really
side,
cool look.
His side kind of falls apart because there's his arms just dangling out.
Well, one thing you will see is he's pretty beefy. He's got big muscular boxes for arms.
So do you.
Oh, thank you. He's got a very unique head. So do I.
Not really. No, because other people have your same head. So he's an example of posability.
Yes, and he's also just a good, solid transformation. He is also currently available. He's a great figure. Like, if you just want a good Transformer, he's one to pick up.
These are examples of good. So what makes a bad Transformer. Okay, so I have one. I've warmed on this one a little bit, but when I got this figure, I hated it. Okay. I hated it so much because I thought it was such a cop-out, a cheap figure. This is Arachnid from Transformers Prime. So she's a neat-looking stealth helicopter. Okay. You know, no landing gear. It's all folds inside. But, oh boy. What makes this figure bad? What is this an example of? It's kind of the opposite of what we talked about. That it's not complicated, but it doesn't have good posability. It's not clever at all. It doesn't do anything that's like, oh, that's neat. There's nothing on it. It's not show accurate. That's another one. I believe she's supposed to have 4 of the arms. And in the show, did you ever watch the show? A little bit. I don't know if you remember the part where she would actually go into spider mode, where her legs would form the bottom of the helicopter. Yeah, and she would just crawl around on her blades. Yeah, that would, double the length. And then she had such a really cool head based off of Maleficent. She had the big horns. And she does not look like that? She does. She has this really cool head, but the backpack covers it up. So she's all black, and the face looks pretty good. And she's got the cool horns, but her shoulders are bumping into her head. You can't see her head because the cockpit doesn't go anywhere. And her dumb hands. She's barely posable because of the panels for the helicopter. Yeah. She can't move hardly at all. And then you used to hate this toy. Yeah, I've softened up on it a bit because it does look pretty good. What failed on this one? Posability. It doesn't really look like the character that much. You have this great head sculpt that's hidden behind this giant cockpit that doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't have a gimmick to save it. Not that much paint. When you Google this figure, the first search that comes up is a third-party one that somebody made. And it was like, that shouldn't be. Yeah. It was such a cool character. They don't do very well with the female characters. They're usually smaller. They're usually remolds or whatever. They say that the female characters don't sell that well. But then, because they're not good toys, the female characters don't sell that well. But she needs an upgrade. She needs to be a larger modern version. Yeah, she needs to be a Voyager class and, have all the stuff she's supposed to do. All right, one more. This is a really cool figure. This is Cyclonus from the Studio Series line. This is the Hasbro exclusive toy deco. I have the regular, kind of light lavender color one. And this is an example of what? Bad QC. But the regular version is excellent. So I have to show you. Well, I'm confused. Is this a good example or a bad example? Yes. No, it's excellent engineering. The regular version is wonderful. This has almost no backpack when you get it all. Oh, I remember. You showed me this guy. Yeah, this guy, does amazing transformation where he's so smooth. You can't even tell he transforms when he's a robot because it's so streamlined. Oh, is this the one that has, 2 left feet or something? No. Hardly has a backpack at all. He's a nice tall figure, but he does have... Oh, there he is. He's really floppy. Why, and apparently they were all like this. Oh, no. So you can't get a good one. I'm sure somebody's gotten a good one, but I haven't seen it. He came with stickers, too, to make him more like... Put him up. Put him up. No. Put him up. I'll just shoot down. Very cool figure, but suffered from really terrible QC, and this is a pin, so I don't think you can fix it, or at least not very easily. There might be some floor polish stuff, but the other one came first and it didn't have this problem. This was the second run of that character, and the other one didn't have these problems. But example of both good and bad. Well, he looks just like the cartoon. He's so close to the cartoon model, so that's a good example of looks like as close as they can with the engineering they have to do, because he does have to transform. He looks very close to the cartoon model. In the end, Kyle, if you were to sum this up, tell us what makes a good Transformer. Number one, it just has to be fun. You have to enjoy it. You have to be like, hey, this is pretty cool. It looks good. It's fun to transform. It looks like the character, and it can be any one of those. It doesn't have to be them all. I'm surprised you did not bring Rhinox. Oh. I got that toy. It was on sale, 50% off. I got it. Rhinox, okay, whatever. It's 50% off. That thing is impossible to transform. It is horrible. I want to throw that thing against the Kingdom Rhinox, not the Rise of the Beast. Yeah, Rhinox. The Kingdom Rhinox that's supposed to be a retro, look like the original from Beast Wars. That thing is horrible. The way the butt has to turn into his legs and all those little panels, you have to do it in clearance such terrible. I know it. You have to do it in the exact order and at the exact angle, or it does not work at all. Yeah, I've transformed them successfully literally once. and I cannot do it. It is so frustrating. And the rest of it isn't fun either, so I don't want to devote the time to learning the exact angle and tolerance, and it's not intuitive. You didn't mention intuitiveness in any of these, but I wonder how much that means to you. Like, can you pick it up and be like, oh, I remember this? Well, I think that's a little different for different people, because, like, if you are not familiar with modern Transformers, then these will not be intuitive to you. Because I had heard a reviewer mention that before. It was like, well, Transformers have changed a lot since I've been a kid, but for someone who does collect modern Transformers, and then you can just pick up one and start transforming it, people use the instructions now just because they are more complicated, but I try not to. I try to look at the pictures and try to do it, but sometimes you can't do that just because of the way they are now, which is fine. I don't see that as a negative. So they have to be fun. They have to be fun. Okay. They have to be fun, and whether that's the look, the transformation, the alt mode, sometimes the alt mode's just fun. Yeah. How would you rank it for you personally as far as what makes a good Transformer? For me personally, I want a good transformation. I am really into the engineering, how it's put together. I don't want complicated, I want interesting. It doesn't have to be hard to do. I don't collect masterpieces for that reason, but they do have to be interesting and fun to do. Like, you want to pick them up and change them from mode to mode. Back to Rhinox, another thing I would say that makes a Transformer bad is when you have to do it in a very precise order. That makes it not fun. Now, if you can do the legs first, base pretty much the bottom half of the Transformer, and then the top one, or either or, reverse order, which all of these are examples of that. You can do the top first or the bottom first. It doesn't really matter. He's a little different, but just because of the shenanigans where he folds, but he's still... But it's still more intuitive than that stupid Rhinox. The problem with that Rhinox that is so offensive is that it didn't even look that good. The head's a little bit off. He didn't even really look that good when he was complete and done. He was overcomplicated. Which one do you like the most? Man, I think I like the evil Hot Rod the best. Thunderhoof is awesome because, as Thew Adams says, it just sounds metal. His name. But these are all great examples. I'm glad you didn't bring Rhinox, because I probably would have just picked it up and thrown it. I'm trying to save you. Thank you. If you want to see Kyle's entire Transformer collection, then click on this video here. And while you're at it, why don't you give us a little subscribe if you feel like we've earned your subscription. We will see you guys very soon. Now get out of here, you crazy kids, and go transform some Transformers. Oh, there he goes. There he goes. Wait, I need a ride. How did they explain the colors in G2 in the canon of the show? I don't know if they did. G2 was only a toy line. The Decepticons have a hot new attitude. Well, so do we. Maybe there was too much friendly fire and they had to brighten up the colors. Stop shooting each other in the back. But we're all red and black. Fine. I'm gonna be purple. Figure 6 and 8. Yeah, okay. I feel like I could paint this.
Batman is a character that has spanned over over 80 years, garnering himself in the spotlight of one of the most revered fictional characters of all time. With live action appearances starting all the way back in 1943 with his black and white serials, coming out a mere 4 years after the character's inception in Detective Comics issue 27. And after that, of course, we got our wacky 1966 lighthearted, campy Adam West-led Batman TV show. Then Tim Burton's darker, yet still silly take on the Caped Crusader in 1989, spawning 3 other films diving deeper into frivolous antics each time, leading us to our modern live-action appearances of the character being grounded and realistic with the start of Christopher Nolan's Batman Begins, which of course continued the trend into The Dark Knight, The Dark Knight Rises, Batman v Superman, and most recently, Matthew Reeves' The Batman. And I'm here to say, make it stop, please. Do I want more Batman in my life? Absolutely. But do I want the same type of Batman stories? No. I want variety.
Okay.
But the problem is, when you're making a superhero film as realistic as possible, it limits what can be done with your story. And after being subjected to the same type of live-action Batman stories for 18 years, I gotta say, even though I love them, I'm getting pretty damn sick of it. Now, I adore Matt Reeves' latest entry into the Dark Knight's live-action adventures, but what held me back from truly loving it the way most people do is the fact that I've already seen this story before. I'm not witnessing anything exceptionally new in live action with the character. So once again, so we're all on the same page, don't get my words twisted. The Batman is a damned work of art and should be getting the amount of praise it is getting. The set design is grotesquely beautiful, selling Gotham's rotten truths. The cinematography by Greg Fraser is jaw-dropping, and every frame of this film could be pinned up on your wall. Pattinson sold this naive, broken Batman who allows his pain to swallow him so much that he can't pretend to be Bruce Wayne. Everything about this movie is great, okay? We agree? Of course we do. Now to get back on point, what made Nolan's films so exciting when they came out, and even to some degree now, is that we were getting very cartoony comic book adaptations, which was to be expected at the time. And these films not only took a grounded approach to comics, but most importantly, they took them seriously. These stories that bounded these characters for close to 70 years at that point were looked at without disgust or disdain, but with actual love. The same way Iron Man and Thor were with Marvel Studios. That's what made it so damn refreshing when a lot of what we were getting was Fantastic Fours, Daredevils, the last 2 Schumacher Batman films prior to Nolan's. But of course, as Hollywood does, they take the wrong lessons from the projects they make. Hollywood thinks they understand that things need to evolve, but they only do it when someone else does. So evolving takes some time because no one wants to step out of the bubble and take risks. It's a big game of monkey see, monkey do, and it's as simple and as crass as that. So after Nolan made Warner Brothers a nice billion-dollar Batman film, every studio wanted that type of financial reaction to their properties. So they made everything dark and serious and grounded. Same as how right now everything is quippy and lighthearted because the MCU is doing it. My point? Seeing the same thing over and over again sucks. When everything is the same, even if it's good, it creates a barrier in us, blocking it out because we can't get an appetite for the same meal we've eaten every day for years. There's a reason why buffets exist, so you can have a bit of everything. Is this food analogy going on for too long? Sorry, I'm eating while I'm writing this. Comics were mostly already a bit silly in the day, which is why they were and still are looked down upon. It's an unfortunate and arrogant belief, but one with a sliver of truth if we're being honest. Back in Detective Comics issue 27, Batman saves a man from a giant glass gas chamber that's just sitting in someone's attic. In Batman issue 1, Joker is introduced and kills a room full of people by hiding in a knight's costume and gassing them all. In World's Finest Comics 3, Scarecrow is introduced and decided to murder people so he can pay for his expensive book collection. Which, power to him. So yeah, comics were not only a bit silly, but they were far from realistic. And when it comes to modern superhero comics, are they really any different in the sense of realism? Obviously, every story is different and some are more realistic than others. A very recent Batman comic titled Robin and Batman by Jeff Lemire, published in 2022, is a Robin-centered story that focuses on the boy Wonder's relationship with the Dark Knight and how emotionally damaging it could be. The story is beautifully touching, sad, hilarious, and most of all, human. It's a pretty grounded and realistic story, but Batman and Robin go to space for a bit and the main villain is Killer Croc. You know, a giant fucking mutated crocodile person thing. So yeah. But if we want to take a more head-on look into the future possibilities of what we might be seeing soon, then let's take a look at Hush and Court of Owls. We've all heard the rumors surrounding what might take place further down the line in Matt Reeves' Batman universe, and there is a strong possibility that these two famous stories from the comics are the direction they are choosing to go with. Now, Court of Owls finds Bruce discovering a secret society of rich people who have been doing murderous and politically influential activities since Gotham's birth, making Bruce question everything he knew about his own city and the people he protects. It's a very fascinating read for sure, but it also has Batman fight an army of zombies, fight in a giant robot Batman suit, and have his big T-Rex sort of come to life and stomp a bunch of people. And with Hush, oh man, where do we even start? A new criminal emerges that challenges Batman in his view of each of his greatest foes. As he goes after each of them to find information, he is slowly unraveling the mystery of who Hush is. It's a whodunit mystery of sorts, so it seems perfect for a live-action adaptation. Except that it has a lot of Batman's rogues that wouldn't be done justice in a realistic setting, such as Killer Croc once more, Poison Ivy, and Clayface. On top of that, it's a story that uses the wider DC universe, with Superman being mind-controlled by Ivy, and Bruce having to stop him by having Catwoman throw Lois Lane off a building. So without all that fun stuff, it's a pointless whodunit mystery if you don't include all these more fantastical elements. So, could you do these stories realistically? Sure, but it wouldn't be any fun. Without being able to use most of Batman's villains, the wider DC universe, and the supernatural, there's not a whole lot of excitement to be had. Except I'm sure Court of Owls gets more of a pass in all honesty. I didn't really like all the zombie crap anyway. Speaking of villains, I'm sure you've heard the other rumors of Clayface possibly being a villain in one of the Reeves films, which, if done realistically, would be monotonous and not do the character any justice. And if they did decide to actually do the big Clayface monster and, you know, reason it away, it would come off as goofy compared to the rest of the tone of the series. It would remind me of the Lizard in The Amazing Spider-Man. I actually really like that snoutless version of the Lizard. Yeah, sue me. But the character seems so out of place with the rest of the movie because they took such a grounded approach to it. I think a character like that would have worked better in the Raimi movies because they embraced their fantastical elements. For both the Reeves and Nolan universes, they both look to Frank Miller's Year One, which is a fantastic book, documenting both Gordon and Bruce's individual respective journeys as they come to Gotham to make a change and inevitably become partners. It's one of the most grounded Batman comics, but it also has Bruce Wayne have superhuman strength when he karate chops some bricks, kicks down a huge tree, breaks off a pair of metal handcuffs, kicks down a fucking building, and then just like in Nolan's Batman Begins, signals a swarm of bats into an empty building to distract a police team that were attempting to arrest him. So my point? You can't avoid the fantastical elements, so embrace them. I mean, Batman himself is a fantastical element. A guy decides to dress up as a bat, beat up criminals with high-tech non-existent gadgets, and drive an armored sports car with even more gadgets, and chills in a literal man cave? All of this so he can avoid going to therapy. So why not have him beat the shit out of a clay monster? The last two Batman comics we will be looking at are Kings of Fear by Scott Peterson and War on Crime by Alex Ross and Paul Dini. In Kings of Fear, Scarecrow attempts to run a therapy session on Batman to understand why he is the way he is, by gassing him with toxin. Crane explains how much better Gotham City would be if Batman didn't exist, and how all of his most famous rogues would be leading successful lives. It touches upon Bruce's violent nature and asking if beating people to a pulp is the best way to solve the city's problems. Instead, it has Bruce wonder why he isn't doing more as Bruce Wayne with all of his wealth to fix the city in a legitimate way, and that him being Batman is selfish because he's using it as an excuse to let his anger out over his parents' death instead of dealing with it in a rational and healthy way. And with War on Crime, Bruce sees the cycle of crime play out in front of him through a child who lost his parents and turns to crime. He then has to ask why he isn't using his wealth as a Wayne to create new job markets in the city or make affordable housing. These two stories are telling the same message but going about it in extremely different ways. Kings of Fear is taking a fantastical approach and allowing levity and humor to work its way into the story with no shame. And War on Crime takes an even more grounded approach to Batman than Year One and deals with its story beautifully. So why are both emotionally effective? Both focus on realistic characters. When you ground your characters in reality as much as possible, you essentially can just almost get away with anything in the world building. It doesn't matter that Batman is fighting a clay monster as long as each of them has true, authentic, emotional, human issues. You fear for them because you understand them. You love them. You see yourself in them. I think this approach is most important to horror specifically, and is a big reason why these films can fail to connect with audiences, because they know that the characters are meant to be disposable. But when you take time to flesh out a person and make them feel undeniably real, the threats against them become scary. And now you can apply that to every type of storytelling. I think it's quite obvious on where to look for inspiration on future Batman film installments that are not the comics. That being Batman the Animated Series and the Arkham video games. I believe they are the perfect types of Batman stories that make you feel emotion and have a grounded aesthetic but allow the fantastical to flourish and thrive. I mean, look at the classic episodes of Batman the Animated Series with the Mr. Freeze episode and the Clayface episode or the Mask of the Phantasm movie. There are so many countless exceptional examples of emotional greatness without compromising a larger-than-life narrative. So with that said, it would be nice to get a Batman story that isn't so overtly dark and allows more humor. It would be awesome to see a Batman in a Gotham that doesn't look like one of our own major cities. It would be astonishing to see a Batman film where they aren't afraid to go weird. Because fantasy helps us escape, but it doesn't mean it has to run away from the truth. The truth that losing our loved ones hurt, that being abandoned makes us feel empty, that trying to find our purpose in the world is a daunting task that can break us mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, and that finding the motivation to do the right thing is sometimes one of the hardest human decisions we have to make. So when we see our larger-than-life heroes deal with all these problems and then get up and punch a giant fucking alligator in the face, it might just motivate us to want to deal with our own real-world problems.
Meredith Kirschman. Hey.
Oh, hey, welcome. Welcome to the show. I'm building a space shuttle robot. Here is the front half.
Meredith Kirschman. Crawdads sing in like 2 hours.
What? Oh. That's right, my thing cuts off the... Is my mic too low? Or was I just far away from it?
Maybe.
Looks like I've got it right up next to me now, so... how do I sound now? Better. Okay. Yeah, so it's probably just that it was over here when I was trying to talk instead of right here. If I need to turn it up, I will. Anyway, as I was saying, I'm building a space shuttle robot. Here is the front half. Here is the... here is the one part, the back half, right side. And I'm working on the left side of the back half right now. Thank you. It's really annoying that my text-to-speech gets kind of cut off on this external monitor. I assume it's coming through fine on the stream. I don't know. So I'll let it be. But yeah, that's what I'm up to. Just vibing. Normally I would split this up into 3 streams, but I have a growing backlog of stuff. So I'm like, let me just knock this out all in one go. And I built a lot of stuff off camera as well the last couple days just to get it out of my queue.
Idea.
Yeah. Okay, A14A2.
One of the biggest slam dunks in animation history was Batman the Animated Series. Its short yet unforgettable run heralded a new era for action cartoons. Gone were the days of 80s He-Man or G.I. Joe types, which all sought to bring comic book art to the screen, adapting a rather detailed, difficult to animate art style akin to the source material. No, BTAS did away with all that. You could do so much more with so much less, as they say in the biz, pencil mileage. Bruce Timm's distinctive, groundbreaking drawing style is still highly acclaimed over 30 years later for the countless ways it changed cartoons as we know them today. But a couple years after BTAS wrapped up, the Fox network ran through its contracted syndication, and the TV rights were back in the hands of Warner Brothers, who sought to bring new Batman adventures to their Kids WB programming block, thus greenlighting The New Batman Adventures. The show's producers had a hell of a lot more freedom to do some of the things they'd wanted to do from the very beginning. Darker, creepier episodes, heavier emotional themes, more child endangerment. But ironically, they were also suggested to align the vibe of the show closer to the then current live-action Batman motion pictures. We've got a whole video about director Joel Schumacher's influence on the Batman cartoons. You gotta check it out after this. TNBA, we'll call it. It's The New Batman Adventures, not The New Adventures of Batman. Please remember, that is a completely different show from 20 years prior. TNBA also needed to coexist with the team's concurrent Superman animated series, and thus the well-known BTAS art style was stripped down significantly. Its extreme angularity, a direct result of new art director Glenn Murakami. With only the lines absolutely necessary to convey the character, it was less likely that the art would lose consistency when hopping between different overseas animation studios. But while the show's budget didn't decrease, its reputation today isn't nearly as stellar as its Fox broadcasted predecessor, and a lot of that can be chalked up to the sometimes incomprehensibly drastic design changes to the world's notable supervillains. Batman and his Bat team all changed looks, but none of them so far as to leave behind a stench. The bad guys, on the other hand, well, if you clicked on this video, then you probably know what I'm talking about. In the Batman animated production art book released in 1998, series writer Paul Dini described that Batman's notorious rogues gallery was on Bruce Timm and art director Glenn Murakami's list for redesign. They proceeded to slim the villains down, change colors, eliminate details, and in some cases, rethink them from the ground up. But while there were usually unique behind-the-scenes reasons for each design change, we're here today to talk about whether or not the changes can be explained in universe. Like, is there canonical clarification for why Killer Croc turned green, or why penguins got more fingers, or why— oh, Jesus! We'll go over the production side of things too, but I want to dig into how and why they all looked so weird now.
Showtime, everybody!
Engagement.
They can talk all they like.
That means everything.
Don't forget that. You heard it, folks!
Real quick, we're going to be giving away a bunch of cool DC stuff in our next video. All you have to do to enter is leave a comment on this video and we'll choose a winner at random. There's some little fine print below too, please read that. More giveaways will be happening every video for the foreseeable future, so subscribe and stick around. Also, if we get to 200 Patreon supporters, we'll do a Will It Canon episode on Teen Titans and The Batman. Need I say more? Links in the description. Okay, Batman villains. Between the two shows, there was roughly a 2-year time jump, and while some folks have deep-rooted heart canon for BTAS being its own separate universe from the rest of the DCAU, it's absolutely all part of the same continuity. So we'll be coming at this as if every change is indeed an actual physical transformation, not just the same thing but through a different lens, because it's more fun this way. I'm allowed to have fun. I have a superhero YouTube channel. There were some villains that really didn't change looks at all, like Two-Face, Harley Quinn, and to an extent Clayface, who just doesn't look quite as, in Bruce Timm's own words, melty. Then there's those who, while they do look decently different, don't really require a lot of critical thinking to understand, like the Mad Hatter, who really, I bet he was always this short and just wanted to impress Alice, so he put on some of those stupid stilt things Robin wears when he pretends to be Bruce Wayne in the Hugo Strange episode. Or Bane, who decided BDSM was the new luchador. Granted, he lost his accent somehow, but hey, so did Scarlet Witch. Did they actually explain that? If so, I totally missed it. I don't think they did. They didn't, right? They didn't explain that. But that's where the silliness of, like, just kind of guessing ends. So let's dive into the rest, of whom we really do have a good grasp of how and why their physicality hung a 180 for the new show. Well, new compared to BTAS anyway. Everything. Year time jump, and while some folks have deep-rooted heart canon for BTAS being its own separate universe from the rest of the DCAU, it's absolutely all part of the same continuity. So we'll be coming at this as if every change is indeed an actual physical transformation, not just the same thing but through a different lens, because it's more fun this way. I'm allowed to have fun. I have a superhero YouTube channel. There were some villains that really didn't change looks at all, like Two-Face, Harley Quinn, and to an extent Clayface, who just doesn't look quite as, in Bruce Timm's own words, melty. Then there's those who, while they do look decently different, don't really require a lot of critical thinking to understand, like the Mad Hatter, who really, I bet he was always this short and just wanted to impress Alice, so he put on some of those stupid stilt things Robin wears when he pretends to be Bruce Wayne in the Hugo Strange episode. Or Bane, who decided BDSM was the new luchador. Granted, he lost his accent somehow, but hey, so did Scarlet Witch. Did they actually explain that? If so, I totally missed it. I don't think they did. They didn't, right? They didn't explain that. But that's where the silliness of, like, just kind of guessing ends. So let's dive into the rest, of whom we really do have a good grasp of how and why their physicality hung a 180 for the new show. Well, new compared to BTAS anyway. Everything's relative.
About time you got here.
You may look at these two character models side by side and think, how is this any different from the outfit upgrades you were talking about a second ago? Well, there's actually an interesting story behind that, but the bigger change comes in the form of the hair! Back when Catwoman was being originally designed for Batman the Animated Series, the crew wanted to go for a comic book / Adam West Batman style approach, with the ever seductive Selina Kyle boasting flowing black locks. But when word came down from on high that this show would need to take some not so subtle cues from the new Batman Returns film, Catwoman became much more cartoon Michelle Pfeiffer, so blonde she was. But why would her hair be different now in the new Batman adventures? Well, if you're thinking hair dye, you're absolutely right. But if you're thinking she dyed her blonde hair black, well, you're wrong. In the 4th issue of the show's tie-in comic Gotham Adventures, Selina finds out the blonde dye she's been using is being tested on cats, and she goes apeshit on the owner of the company producing it. By the time we flash forward to TNBA at the end, her natural black hair has taken over.
Well, the joke's on you. I'm not even a real blonde.
Bringing us back full circle to, like I expressed up top about the show in general, cool, nice, this is what we wanted to do in the first place anyway, thank you. Catwoman's all-black look goes at least as far back as 1993, actually part of production art created for an unproduced Catwoman animated series, one of many DCAU projects that never saw the light of day. And while they did need to copy the Michelle Pfeiffer hair, her all-black stitched leather costume was going to be too complex to animate consistently. Didn't stop good old ACOM Production Company from animating a fire hand at the end of the Cat in the Claw Part 2, but I digress! So a compromise was struck in the form of the gray BTAS costume we came to know and love. The new Batman Adventures Catwoman was a near feline silhouette silhouette, so says Batman Animated, and that book's featured semi-final design even showcases some Pfeiffer-esque jagged lines across the forearms, which didn't make it into the actual show, but do pop up occasionally in the DCAU comics and books. The last little detail to change between her designs was the presence of seemingly white or light blue skin when she's wearing the costume, but not when she's not. While I've had heated conversations with other DCAU fans about how this makes any sense numerous times, Batman Animated does describe it as white makeup. So there you go. She puts makeup on the lower half of her face when she puts on the costume. Or is it her whole body? Whatever. Catwoman would later be shown to have at least 2 other costumes during the era of the Justice League cartoon, but we only ever saw her wear one of these, modeled after Darwin Cook's Catwoman, and only in a sort of vision Bruce Wayne is having about past lovers. So who knows if these were looks she tried before landing on the all-black catsuit, or if they came after, or what. All we do know is that it's time to move on to...
So I guess there's only one thing to do.
Edward Nygma appeared far less in Batman the Animated Series than you might remember. Out of the 85 episodes, Riddler only headlined 3 and appeared as a background cameo one other time, if you don't count this machine gun mannequin thing. But his appearances amount to even less in the revamped show. He showed up once in a dream, once in an embarrassing defeat against Robin, and once where he's tied up before he can even finish his first sentence.
Hey diddle diddle, time for a riddle.
Which makes it all the more puzzling as to why his design changed so noticeably. Gone was his mask, gone was his suit and tie, gone was his hair. Just kidding, this one isn't a hair-based conundrum, but it does make you wonder, where did his hair go?
Somebody tell me! It's not fair!
Maybe his inability to understand how Batman survived in his final BTAS episode resulted in him pulling out all his hair in frustration. Or Arkham changed its hygiene policies to be more like the Snyderverse, and by the Batman Adventures Volume 2 comic, he's got more of a buzz cut thing going on, like the hair is coming back. Man, this is a hair one. But the most memorably perplexing aspect of Riddler's redesign was his now form-fitting leotard of a costume, revealing just how skinny the guy really is under all those lumpy shoulder pads. If you remember, at the end of Riddler's reform, when we saw him last, Edward tossed his BTAS suit into a fireplace, believing he had successfully killed Batman and therefore no longer needed to remain the Riddler. So rather than recreate the same suit, he, I guess, chose this. While it's certainly not the greatest thing ever, it does stand out, a definite resemblance to the old Frank Gorshin Riddler costume from Batman 66. It's also, understandably, similar to what we got with Jim Carrey in Batman Forever. But while he may have not overstayed his welcome in TNBA, he did become a recurring baddie in the comics that followed up the show, adding a jacket here, pants there, until we got the, dare I say it, best DCAU Riddler look ever. Streamlined, yet perfectly intellectual. And it adds up, as the good book says, what the character lacks in fashion sense, he apparently makes up for in the brain department.
Ironic, isn't it? After all I did to keep my wife whole, I end up like this.
Perhaps the most tragic character in the entire DC animated universe is Victor Freeze. His wife stolen from him by an incurable illness, his life stolen from him by an incomparable a chemical accident forced his continued survival via purely his containment suit that kept him refrigerated lest he spoil. But he was still a dude in there. A sad gray dude who's undeniably terrible to snuggle with, but a dude nonetheless. Yet somehow, in the new Batman adventures, well,
the accident that created me finally took its toll.
Now he's just a head on spider legs. Well, that's what I hear everybody calling them anyway. Spiders have 8 legs, people, not 4. Is there a better name for this? What does his action figure say? Insect body? Insects have 6 legs. This is 4. I suppose quadruped head wasn't cool enough. I'm sorry. Throughout BTAS, we learned more and more about how his body was essentially dying, but his death was kept at bay by that patented Ferris front kick. So sometime between him wandering off into the frozen wilderness at the end of the Sub-Zero movie, and now, whenever now is, everything neck down went bye-bye. I wonder how awkward that night must have been for the polar bears. Freeze's containment suit was redesigned from the original Mike Mignola version, and he was now slimmed down in detail just like everybody else. Freeze got another new suit beyond this one. No, not yet. I know I said beyond this one for 2 of his Gotham Adventures appearances. More detailed, but still that retro vibe. Eventually, Freeze's decapitated head was lost at sea in the Arctic, where chronologically it would end up incarcerated a couple more times before eventually falling into the hands of the Powers family, as seen in the future of Batman Beyond. There we go, where he got yet another suit, this time based on the art of Kelly Jones.
There might be some momentary discomfort.
But now that we're through all the chill ones, let's start asking the bigger questions.
Too bad we didn't meet sooner, babe.
Nowadays, Killer Croc is known in the comic, movie, and video game worlds as sort of a giant lizard person, not unlike the lizard from Spider-Man. But the Batman the Animated Series version, alias Killer Croc Morgan, was just some pale, bumpy dude. Sure, he was really strong and stuff, like holy shit, he just pushed over a redwood, but we never got any sort of on-screen confirmation that he was anything other than human.
Believe it or not, the cellular structure is human, but the texture of it is almost reptilian.
But his little bumps apparently flake off in the form of scales, as evidenced by this tiny glove Batman finds in Croc's debut episode. Harley Quinn refers to him as Lizard Man in the episode Harlequinade, Batman Animated calls him a mutant reptile man, and in Batman Adventures number 7, Croc even calls himself Inhuman, like those Marvel guys that live on the moon or whatever. I don't know, I never watched it. He also has extremely powerful jaws that can bite through prisoner chains, and while we don't know that he can necessarily breathe underwater, he sure can stay under there for quite a long time. So it may come as no surprise that for his updated look for the new show, they just leaned into it. He's gone from gray to green, and even has fewer fingers. I don't think I'd ever noticed that until taking notes for this video, but yeah, he's got pointy Simpsons hands now. The BTAS guidebook describes him as possessing bone-crushing strength and razor-sharp claws that can tear flesh from bone, and his previous ruffles ridges look a lot more like reptile scales as well. He looks much less Croc and much more Doc Connors. I tried to make that work, I did. But there was no explanation given for this in any medium. We may have a hint in one BTAS comic book. Newscaster Summer Gleason calls Croc by name in Batman Adventures number 23, but not Killer Croc Morgan as we'd heard in the show. No, she calls him Waylon Jones, the true identity of Croc in the original comics. But if Waylon Jones is his real name, the Morgan surname just something he went by in his traveling performance days, we may be able to apply other attributes of his source character to the DCAU version. Comic book Waylon Jones was born with a medical condition that caused progressively more aggressive reptilian features. So, like our pal Mr. Freeze, the dude's body is deteriorating, except he's not going to become a quadruped head, he's actually turning into a dinosaur person. But not like how Cobra did it in Batman Beyond, it's much, much slower. Jokes! Ah! This could easily explain why Killer Croc has physically changed so much in the time between shows, and even perhaps why his voice is different.
I threw a rock at him.
Nobody understands how rough my life's been. Just 'cause I'm different.
In fact, the last time we saw him in Batman the Animated Series, he got his shit rocked by Bane. Maybe part of his body's healing process was like, hey, let's be greener and bassier now, like a lizard regenerating its limbs or whatever. My point is that this medical condition thing is probably the best explanation we have, or it could be that he was spliced with some kind of reptile DNA between shows. It's not off the table. Splicing wouldn't become as commonplace until Batman Beyond, but hey, we've still got present-day examples all over the place, like Cheetah, theoretically Copperhead, the pure invention of Tigress or my man Garth, and hell, even the very first BTAS episode features a giant half-man, half-bat creature, some kind of bat-man or something like that. Comment below if you got a better name for him.
What say we have a little talk, just like old times?
This one's a bit of a weird one. Much like Catwoman, the Penguin of Batman the Animated Series started off more or less resembling his Batman Returns counterpart. That movie version of Penguin was born a hideous monster, much to the disdain of his parents Pee Wee Herman and Simone. Both versions had the big beak nose, the webbed flipper hands, and essentially the same outfit. But the animated Penguin was much more civilized, or at least prided himself on pretending to be so. Not a physical match for Batman, but a mental one. He was so smart, he knew just the right birds to throw at him. His original design for BTAS is less mutated, based on the versions drawn by artist Jack Burnley in the earliest days of Batman comics. For the revamp, they were finally able to say, it's been long enough since the Tim Burton movies came out, let's not do that anymore, and could bring back the, again, original character design they wanted in the first place. And while that's all well and good, it's not enough to canonically just say he lost some weight or something. Now his nose points the other way, he's got the correct human amount of fingers, there was probably something else much more unnatural going on under the penguin pajamas we don't even want to think about.
I'm a legitimate businessman now. I don't want to draw attention to myself.
For decades, Penguin's transformation has been endlessly questioned among the DCAU fanbase, and almost all theories point to plastic surgery as the obvious conclusion. Like the Batman animated book describes, he's no longer a grotesque human bird mutant. We'd have to wait to see that until the fantabulous Mr. Wee But in the very comic series Mr. Wing comes from, Batman The Adventures Continue, we finally got an explanation for Penguin's new look. As part of the newly introduced Jason Todd's Robin origin, we saw Jason kick old Pengy out of a helicopter to an unknown fate. Though this series was drawn by BTAS comic alumnus Ty Templeton, the inks this time were done by DC and Marvel artist Mark Morales. And when you look at him, you can see Morales totally thought Clock King was supposed to be Riddler, but also there's a completely different Penguin design than on the final colored page. It wouldn't be until MeTAC's first holiday special that we'd find out why.
Very swank, Mr. C.
I often soothe my ruffled feathers here, Mr. Wing, like after the time that renegade Robin ejected me from a helicopter. Wow! Ugly business that. My doctors had their hands full stitching up this old bird.
You have to admit, though, the upgrades were awesome.
Maddie insisted on voicing Mr. Wing. I don't know what Mr. Wing actually sounds like, but I'd like to. Hashtag Mr. Wing, the animated series. So yeah, it was plastic surgery confirmed. Well, if not for the fact that this comic is pretty much accepted at this point to not be the same timeline as the DCAU we saw on our TVs, there's continuity kerfuffles everywhere, and it's been said by the writers to be what they'd do for another season of the new Batman adventures had Batman Beyond not existed. So while the reasoning for TNBA Penguin's look may still be plastic surgery from some traumatic event, it wasn't necessarily because of Jason Todd. But that isn't to say you shouldn't read this comic. It's still got some really great moments. Read it, you should.
Oh neat, you'll have to send that to me.
Space policeman. I'll try to find it, but it's much cleaner than the official version.
I look forward to it.
Now you sound like Yoda. You haven't changed up.
Accepted at this point to not be the same timeline as the DCAU we saw on our TVs, there's continuity kerfuffles everywhere, and it's been said by the writers to be what they'd do for another season of the new Batman adventures had Batman Beyond not existed. So while the reasoning for TNBA Penguin's look may still be plastic surgery from some traumatic event, it wasn't necessarily because of Jason Todd. But that isn't to say you shouldn't read this comic. It's still got some really great moments. Read it, you should.
Now you sound like
last.
Yoda.
I'm happy for that.
You haven't changed a bit.
Yes, I have.
Look, people were asking us since 2017 to do a video on the character progression of Poison Ivy in the DCAU. It's extremely complicated and interwoven between every entertainment medium you can think of. So that's just what we did, eventually. We now do finally have a video out on the channel all about Poison Ivy's history in this universe and how she goes from human to maybe human to definitely not human. It is very big and very good. You should watch it. That being said, you're here now in this video, so I'll at least give you the cliff notes on her BTAS to TNBA transition. Her skin went from a healthy flesh tone to an eerie, lifeless gray, a color described in Batman Animated as dead white. She's just some crazy lady who loves plants and hates people in the first show. She's a zombie-colored chlorokinetic in the second show. That means she has plant telekinesis. I had to look that up. There was never any explanation on screen for the change, but we did get a mini arc in Batman Adventures Volume 2 that may just spell it out for us. See, in her final BTAS episode, she gets hit with Weed Killer and melts into a puddle of green goop at Batman's feet. She wasn't the real Pamela Isley after all, but a veggie duplicant, planted so that the actual Ivy could make her secret getaway. Fast forward to that Batman Adventures comic, and we come to find out the Ivy we've been following that entire comic was also a plant clone. So it's been fanbase hypothesized over the years that she may have even been that clone as far back as her TNBA appearances. Producers never confirm nor deny this, as they don't want to step on each other's toes, but well, instead of me continuing to spill all of the green beans, just watch that full Ivy video of ours if you want my entire take on this. The timeline it pushes and pulls, during which periods she may or may not be a clone, how the clone stuff works at all, etc. Trust me, I watched and read every single DCAU Poison Ivy thing that exists, so you don't have to. Oh no,
Great, there's a Poison
I'm
Ivy
starting
clone
to sound
saga.
like Nostalgia Critic. Wait, that's not right.
Scared you, didn't I?
Whew, boy. Okay, this motherfucker got spooky. Third time is apparently the charm for Scarecrow, who has gone from being a skinny nerd with a bag over his head to a more imposingly masked and wigged figure, and ultimately to his current terrifying incarnation as a hanged corpse.
He looked like a hanged man who'd been cut down and
had gone off to terrorize people. We weren't even sure if there was an actual guy in the suit.
The Scarecrow's final DCAU costume is utterly terrifying, while producer quotes like the one you just heard often talk about him as though it may not even be a costume. There is one single Gotham Adventures issue where we see normal B-TAS looking Crane standing in Arkham among other prisoners. They're patients, right? I don't know, that's a whole nother conversation. But by the time of the Justice League era Batman comics, Crane is shown as a gangly, ghoulish figure, only ever seen among the shadows, as if showing what he actually looked like would be too frightening even for the reader. So how did he go from point A to point B? Fan theories have run amok over these 30 or so years, usually centering around his new designs prominently featured Hangman's Noose, as if Jonathan Crane had been hanged to death but somehow came back to life as some sort of zombie creature. That's twice now I've used the word zombie in this video. Hopefully the algorithm picks up on the Last of Us synergy. This dead and then resurrected theory is certainly a fun one, and it makes perfect sense considering the voice actor changed to Jeffrey Combs, who played the Reanimator in The Reanimator. Though while it's indeed fun, it ain't canon. There was a more or less official explanation floating around the interwebs for years, if you knew where to look. Jonathan Crane would have been involved in a chemical accident that fucked up his face, which, for whatever reason, he blamed on Batgirl, adding to the weight of the episode Over the Edge, where he seemingly murders her. Later, he would also be tried and sentenced to death by hanging, but instead of his neck breaking, the rope would. And now, believing himself to be a walking ghost, he would don a much more nightmarish outfit. These stories were never portrayed in any episode or comic or anything. It wouldn't be until 2016 before we got a real explanation in the Batman/Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Adventures comic run. Don't make me repeat it, you heard me. Here, in the penultimate, that means second to last, issue, Scarecrow gives his costume a concept art overhaul to be more imposing and scary to the Krang, those squishy pink alien guys from the TMNT franchise. This is indeed the same Texas Chainsaw Massacre-y look we got in TNBA. Though while he's no longer a nerd with a bag over his head, he might be, if by bag you mean human face skin. Like, as a kid, I always thought this line indicated a ratty, stretched out shirt collar, but I may have been optical illusioning myself, and this is actually the end of a, sack of skin being held over his real face by the tautness of the noose. This is a gross sentence. So yeah, he said, I bet I could spook the little brain guys from the Ninja Turtle cartoon by becoming the guy from Jeepers Creepers. Then later accidentally two-faced himself thanks somehow to Batgirl. Wait, it must have burned off a lot of his hair too, right? This is just the original Lex Luthor baldness explanation. Damn you, Superboy! All of that is canon. Don't ask me any more questions. Okay, fine. One more question.
A little distraction would be useful right now, wouldn't you say, Lexi?
I saved this one for last because it's perhaps most painful of all the supervillain redesigns. It's simple enough that he swapped his orange shirt out for a green one, or replaced his acid-filled boutonniere, or tailored his purple suit a little worse, let's be honest. That jacket does not fit him at all. But that face, man, what is going on there?
How dare that smug, preening fool try to cash in on my image?
Some people have harped on the eyes and referred to him as the fourth Warner sibling. Others have focused on the absence of the signature red lips. I mean, think about it. If he'd always looked like this, Batman discovering his identity through colored pencils wouldn't have even worked. But when you understand what they were going for, it kind of makes sense. Paul Dini described the face change as giving him the likeness of a grinning skull. And I can certainly see that. Remove his hair and he really is seconds away from Megalovania playing. Supposedly, this Joker design was influenced by some specific panels from the Batman Adventures Mad Love comic, which all stylized the Joker for dramatic effect. His eyes always being this way doesn't really work. But I will submit that this design worked perfectly exactly one time in this shot from the Batman-Superman crossover, World's Finest.
I really have to congratulate myself on this one.
And then Paul, went and complained to Gene McCurdy about it. It's like, hey, Bruce isn't putting lips on the Joker. And then Gene had to come talk to me and said, Bruce?
Did you really complain to Gene?
Yeah, he really did.
Yeah.
Because he went in and he kind of complained to me, and I went, that's fine. Daddy says no, so you go ask Mommy.
That's right.
In Batman Adventures Volume 2, they brought back the eyes. And in the episode Joker's Millions, we do get to basically see what that would have looked like in motion when Joker's goon Ernie impersonates him for a scene. And I'll admit, I like it better the other way. Call me hypocritical, I can't explain why my brain likes what it likes. By the time the Batman Beyond Return of the Joker movie came around, ground. Due to the cryptic, horrifying nature of the film, there was no way the crew couldn't leap at the chance to correct their mistake, and created what is, in my opinion, the primo chef's kiss DCAU
time to make the
Joker
head.
Now that's pretty.
Yeah, make the head of the robot and the torso, and the combined waist rather, and then we're done with this and can put it together. Okay, getting close here. What time is it? 2 a.m. Might have to call it a night and build number 3 off, on my own time or something. I don't know. It's just the breaster jet. We'll see.
And then he kind of complained to me, and I went, that's fine.
Lot of progress.
Yep. Like I said, just so much stuff in my backlog here. I have 2 Gundam kits, the aerial rebuild, Ghost Lanza, the Kamen Rider Kuga Titan form. I have I realize this is in the brown box, so you can't see that. This is the Minipla Black Oni Taijin Morasame. Heck, I'll take it out of the box. Huh. Black Oni Taijin Morasame. That's a killer ass box, not gonna lie. Then I have, actually, I don't have a picture. I can make this easier. I have a picture of it all. One sec. Screen. It's time for a breather anyway. Where did I put it? Let me just. So yeah, this is my kit backlog right here. I've got the aerial, I'm working on Granbird right now. I've also got from the Brave series Might Kaiser, which is 3 boxes. I've got, like I said, the Gundam Aerial, from Gundam the Aerial Rebuild, Gwells the Lanza, both from Witch Mercury, then my Kuga Titan form. I've got Minipla Black Oni Taijin Murasame, SSSS Dynazenon, and Gridite and Goldburn just came in this week. And then also I've got the Super Mini Claw Sun Vulcan Robo. Then I've also got, not pictured here, I have some duplicates that have come in, which I may or may not actually do anything with. But I've got a new Muteki Shogun, a new Galaxy Super Galaxy Mega, and there's one other. Oh, a second Dai-Reno set. Possibly something else. I'd have to check. I know I've got a third Daijujin floating around, but I'm just gonna sell that someday. Other than that, I think those are all my duplicates. But yeah, I've got a lot to get through, which is why I'm trying to do this all in fewer settings than I might otherwise. And I built some stuff off camera. I've built my Gundam Lafrith Thorn. I built a
Space Police Policeman.
Got indeed. Yeah, I built like in the last week or two, I built a Gundam Lafrith Thorn. I've built
Space Police Policeman. The Sun Vulcan Rava one is fun.
I'm looking forward to it. It's the last of the older Super Sentai robots that I haven't built yet. So that'll catch me up fully. So I may redo Muteki Shogun because that was my very first kit, and it's kind of rough around. It's showing that it's rough around the edges. It's still, I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, what did I build this past week? Let me check my. Let's see something here. Right, I built Power Dagwon just last night. Most of it. And anything else I built? The Lafrith Thorn. That might be it. Checking something here. Oh, right. Duh. Yes, I built R1 and R-Gun, which some of y'all know about, but those two, R-Gun, his robot mode, and I'm going to put R1.
Space Police Policeman. I like R-Gun's theme a lot. Space Police Policeman. Akira Kushida sings it very well.
There's R1. Need to finish that kit up. So many hands. Yes, I built him.
Space Police Policeman. R1. Looking good. Space Police Policeman. Everywhere you. Space Police Policeman. Go.
Okay. But yeah, then I built R1 and R-Gun. I built the Lafrith Thorn. Where's my picture of that? It would have been Saturday. There we go.
Space Police Policeman. Wait a minute.
Waiting.
Space Police Policeman. Is it true Deathsaurus is starting to ship?
I mean, he's close. They were soliciting addresses, so he might arrive by the end of the month. Might arrive by Christmas. Because they were doing the whole make sure your shipping address is up to date, otherwise you're not going to get it. So, yeah. Let me check Sabertron here real quick.
Space Police Policeman. Neato. How much would shipping be for the copy you were able to get for me?
I have no idea.
Policeman. To send over.
Man, I don't know. I won't know till I actually go to send it. I don't know how much it weighs. I don't know how much they're going to charge me. That's, you know, if I know the dimensions and how much it weighs, then I can get a probably estimate. I don't know. I guess I can assume it'll be about the same as the Star Saber box. So I'll weigh that and see what that would cost to ship. So I got just one still sitting in storage, but I don't know offhand. I'll find out. I said I'm not going to leave you. I'm not just going to say pay me this. I'm going to say, you know, I got to find out how much it weighs, and then say, okay, what's the cost to ship this to your location, and then, you know, we'll go from there. Like I said, I don't have it in hand yet, so we'll find out. You'll know when I know. Spell the 5th. What are these? Is this? I saw these at the model shop when I was shopping around. I don't know what this is from. If Ariel is like a series or something. Can't read that. Just says Ariel something something unit something something. Anyway. I got the thorn but not the because of Aoiyuki.
Space policeman. Probably trying to cash in on 30-minute missions. New robot girls. The Acerbies.
Maybe they look kind of older.
Space policeman. Those things are real cool.
They're by Moderoid, so. Speaking of which, there's the
Space policeman. https://www.usagundam.store.com/products/30mm1-144xmh15a Acerbi type A.
Thank you, speech to text to speech. You're very helpful. I may get the I don't know.
Space policeman. LMAO that voice.
Yeah, it's, you know, especially when I'm not looking at the screen, it's useful for just, you know, letting me know when I've got comments, but it can also be doing that, so. So anyway, yeah, since building the King Kokus's Kabuto Castle, that was 2 weeks ago now, looks like. I built off camera the R1, R-Gun, Lifrith Thorn, and the entire, what did I say, Power Dag 1 set, so that's Fire N, the little mini Fire N, Dag Fire posing, and then Dag Fire for putting inside of Power Dag 1, the Fire Shovel, and then, you know, of course the full Power Dag 1, and they all are together. Fire Dag 1, Power Dag 1, Dag Fire, and Fire N. Obviously not to scale, but what can you do? And the Super Fire Dag 1, not stickered, not painted. I'm doing some stickering on this guy, and I'm like, I could totally paint this, like this white around the wrists. I could paint probably better actually with my white pen here. Somewhere. So I may rip the stickers off and do that. I don't know. The stickers on the legs are difficult only because there's not a place for them. So there's that. Anyway, I didn't sticker Super Fire Dagwan just because I wanted to see how he is and decide if I wanted to paint it or not, which I think I will try to paint a little bit, sticker some of it as well. It's funny how Super Fire Dagwon, the transformation sequence, has you stick the Fire Jumbo on the back of the completed, the robot form of Power Dagwon, but then the actual robot is Fire Dagwon with the fire shovel bits as limbs. Like most of it makes his boots, half of it's on his back, and then the arms make his arms. There's a whole chest piece. So like really, it should be the other way around. But they make a big deal out of, it's the jet combining with the robot, not the other way around. I don't know. I don't think I'm explaining that well, but it's just funny to me. There's Xenon, just came in today. Those boxes look good together. I realized a few months ago we painted the whole house, so I put all my stuff in storage, and I'm like, damn, I have a lot of boxes, just empty boxes, floating around. There's some that are still, like, behind me, actually. You can't see, I don't have my camera up right now, that's fine. Anyway, I need to start, like, flattening these boxes and just, like, really thinking about which ones I want to keep, which ones I don't care for. Because I'm taking up too much space with empty boxes. That's a problem. But like when they look like this, that's so good. Anyway. Actually, that's a good time for a break. I'm going to go grab a drink, and I'll be back. And I'm back. See anything while it's gone? No, okay. Alright. Getting back to it.
About it's like, hey, Bruce isn't
world's finest.
I really have to congratulate myself on this one.
And then Paul, you know, went and complained to Gene McCurdy about it. It's like, hey, Bruce isn't putting lips on the Joker. And then Gene had to come talk to me and said, Bruce?
Did you really complain to Gene?
Yeah, he really did.
yeah.
Because he went in. He kind of complained to me, and I went, that's fine. Daddy says no, so you go ask Mommy.
That's right. In Batman Adventures Volume 2, they brought back the eyes. And in the episode Joker's Millions, we do get to basically see what that would have looked like in motion when Joker's goon Ernie impersonates him for a scene. And I'll admit, I like it better the other way. Call me hypocritical, I can't explain why my brain likes what it likes. By the time the Batman Beyond Return of the Joker movie came around, due to the cryptic, horrifying nature of the film, there was no way the crew couldn't leap at the chance to correct their mistake, and so created what is, in my opinion, the primo chef's kiss DCAU Joker design.
Now that's pretty.
And while I've never confirmed with anyone that this is the case, I would wager that these two moments of Joker walking out of the shadows are sort of a metaphorical transition out of the TNBA design. It's like when Batman walks out of the shadows in the first Justice League episode and his highlights change from gray to blue. That's a thing, right? But anyway, you just want to know how his lips and eyes changed canonically. Perhaps in an especially dramatic tussle with Batman, his lips were ripped clean off. Perhaps his eyeballs were exposed to that fog from the Simpsons Treehouse of Horror that turns people inside out.
Perhaps with a cyanide pie in the face.
Well, no, there's actually zero explanation for this in continuity. I'm sorry, okay? This one is truly a viewed through a different lens situation. I'll let Gotham Adventures artist Tim Levins lay it out how he did for us several years ago. To me, each TV show was simply a different iteration of the Batman universe. I don't feel that the Joker decided to hollow out his eye sockets and stop wearing lipstick. He simply always had that design within the context of that version of the DC animated universe. No matter what animated series he calls home, Joker is Joker.
I'm the Joker, baby!
When we see him on a wanted poster in Batman Beyond, he looks like his TNBA design. When we see archival footage under the lens of the Return of the Joker movie, he looks like he does in that movie. He doesn't look like his TNBA self on a recording from 40 years prior, nor did he look the same as either of those when we first saw this scene play out in the Batman Adventures Holiday Special, because he didn't actually look like that then. Or he's always looked like that, or he never looked like that. It's kinda up to you. There's 3 Joker designs, but they're all, in a way, the same Joker design. Wait, 3 Jokers? Bum, bum, bum. But now you know, cause it's James's not-so-short show. Not every villain from B-Task reappeared in TNBA, like Man-Bat. Oh, that's a good name for him. Who did show up in a Gotham Adventures issue and looked pretty much the same. Or the famous Phantasm, who came back in Batman Adventures and Justice League Unlimited, looking pretty much the same. Rupert Thorne showed up years later in the revamped style in Mystery of the Batwoman, looking, you know, pretty much the same. And Ra's al Ghul came back, but only in Superman and Batman Beyond, and only ever seen as his traditional self in a flashback of some kind, looking pretty much the same. In both cases, he came back thicker. And hey, if you for some reason hated the new Bane design, you're in luck. The Justice League Wings of War novel describes him as wearing a turtleneck, a shoulder holster, and a watch with at least 3 buttons. So I drew what that might look like. I don't know if it's better or not, but you're welcome. All in all, the DCAU wasn't perfect. Damn near it, but still. The crew made mistakes sometimes and learned from them. You shouldn't take away from all this that I'm dunking on the new Batman Adventures. Some of the animation in this show is the best out of the entire DCAU. Don't at me.
She's beautiful.
She can't see that anymore. All she sees are the flaws.
Sure, some stuff is dumb, but these are Batman cartoons we're talking about. And the old Batman-Superman.com official website was one of my original gateways into this universe. So regardless of their reputation, I still love these versions of the characters. Mostly. I'll leave you with one final passage from Batman Animated that I think sums it up nicely. The Caped Crusader is one of the few comic heroes whose persona as a crime fighter, properly handled, offers writers and artists no end of possibilities. Right or wrong is arbitrary. Each story adds a worthy chapter to the Batman mythos. So, which new Batman Adventures designs do you love or hate the most? Are you a TNBA Joker apologist? Or maybe you wish they'd done similar overhauls to Two-Face or Clayface or any other face? Thank you so much to all of our lovely Patreon supporters, especially our top patrons, Aaron Young, Luke Mears, and Jonathan Andrew Brantley, for continuing to keep the lights on here at the Watchtower. Bruce Wayne's checks have been bouncing lately. Patreon link is in the description, and remember, Teen Titans the Batman Willet Cannon, that can be a thing if you go join up and help us get to 200 patrons. Bye-bye.
Previously on the Watchtower database.
He called himself Dr. Manhat's Ted.
Every time that a pairing of us would fail him, he would then destroy that reality.
No! I've got to send out my Justice League versus the Fatal 5 timeline notes in time for...
Judging by the laptop's internal clock, I'd say you're about 40 years from now, whenever now is.
Time travel? That means there's probably a future me running around here somewhere. They released this many DCAU movies in the future? Oh man, I'm gonna be timelining forever! No, you don't understand. If you keep doing this, you'll end up a head in a jar, just like me. People finally accept Batman and Harley Quinn as part of the DCAU? Wait, what's this footnote?
Will it canon? That is the question.
Oh my god, I have to go back!
Maddie, are you down here?
Program rebooting. Initiating will at Canon in 5, 4, 3,
what is happening?
2.
What is happening? This is all a lie, a mistake, an error.
Error? Error doing what?
Error.
Oh my.
The can runneth over. The future has taken root in the present. The door swings both ways.
How long have you had time travel powers?
Since the Sub-Zero timeline video, I think?
I have time travel powers! God damn it!
This whole canon thing, why get bogged down in all the negativity? It's all so clear to me now. It doesn't matter.
Hello? Stop! What is this? Hello? Stop.
Is this thing on? Am I recording?
Maddie?
Okay. Whoever.
Maddie!
I cannot let the horrors of my cat.
Maddie, what the hell is
I must document a record of all that has transpired, so that one day I may escape this wreck. And the world will know the true evils that walk behind this YouTube channel's proverbial curtain. Not only
How long
has the Watchtower database,
okay.
but it will be
The evidence needed to finally release me from these prison depths. James has forced me to live within this basement ever since the production of the Batman and Harley Quinn timeline video. If you can even call this a life. I have been instructed, against my will, to create video content or else suffer the consequences, the specifics of which I know not and have been far too frightened for my life to question. It's been roughly a year since James locked me down here in the basement. I have a hard time keeping track sometimes. Now, I've retreated to a small room I dug out while those contractors James hired were mucking around with the renovations. Here, I began my research. Undisturbed by the myriad distractions of the DC animated universe, and far from the groves of what some might call academe. Today is, if I have this right, September 14th, roughly 5 a.m. A basement is not a place one considers for their summer home, let alone their seemingly permanent dwelling. All I wanted was to help James unravel the secrets of the DC animated universe timeline. But no, he had to have all the spotlight, all the fame. It's enough to push a person to the brink of insanity. And now, after much deliberation, the promised day has come. Through countless trials, the DNA I collected from James has successfully synthesized.
What? How did Maddie get my DNA?
The DNA was easy enough to obtain. He left it all over the house. Not remotely what I meant.
Okay.
By following the guidelines of Poison Ivy's character arc in the DCA, I managed to create...
Wait, these are my notes from back when I watched and read every single DCAU Poison Ivy appearance months ago. I thought these went missing. Maddie must have stolen them from me, hidden them down here for something devious. What the hell is all this crap? The key to unraveling all this must be hidden within Poison Ivy's story. So if I'm gonna find out what happened here, I too need to document this. Cozy. Poison Ivy has one of the most complicated histories of any character in the entire DC animated universe. So many different writers and artists have held the reins of the villainous Pamela Lillian Isley over the course of nearly 30 years of cartoon episodes, tie-in comics, movies, and the many other mediums that make up this version of DC Comics lore, to the point where her characterization and timeline have become nearly impossible to track. But within these pages of notes, somewhere lies the answer. Who is Poison Ivy? Or, I'll do you one better, what is Poison Ivy? To understand why this is even a question to begin with, let's refer to the second volume of the widely considered canon Batman Adventures tie-in comic book from 2003. These stories were primarily written by BTAS comic alum Ty Templeton and Dan Slott, a team that took on the challenge of cataloging what Batman was up to during the events of the Justice League cartoon that kept him busy enough to never become a full-time member of the superhero team.
I'm not really a people person. I don't have to do anything. I'm a part-timer, remember?
What's important to bring up about this comic series is the way they chose to handle Poison Ivy. From the very first issue, she was a notably greener hue than her previous New Batman Adventures self. We saw her stabbed by an assassin and live. She went on to bleed green blood, pop thorns out of her body, need carbon dioxide to breathe, and important to bring up about this comic series is the way they chose to handle Poison Ivy. From the very first issue, she was a notably greener hue than her previous New Batman Adventures self. We saw her stabbed by an assassin and live. She went on to bleed green blood, pop thorns out of her body, need carbon dioxide to breathe, and grow vines from her head instead of normal human hair. All uncharacteristic of anything we'd ever seen her do before. But it was revealed at the tail end of the series that the Ivy we'd been seeing this whole comic run was, in fact, not Pamela Isley at all, but a plant-based clone that the real Ivy had left behind, quote, a few years back. But because this comic series was cancelled in favor of the tie-in to the 2004 The Batman cartoon, we never got answers to what was really going on here. How long had Ivy not been Ivy? How long had we been thinking we were reading and watching stories about Pamela Isley when they were really about a fake plant monster that just looked like her? And with the character of Poison Ivy later appearing as her usual supervillain self in the Batman and Harley Quinn movie and in Justice League vs. the Fatal Five, which are set a few years later down the timeline, is that Ivy the real Ivy, or a clone as well? In Batman and Harley Quinn, when Batman gives us an exposition rundown on Poison Ivy and her cohort, the Floronic Man, he says,
Neither of them was ever fully human to begin with.
So to even try and start comprehending all of this, we need to go back to the very beginning. Back to Poison Ivy's first appearance in the Batman the Animated Series episode, Pretty Poison, and see just what the deal is with her humanity from the start. Here, Pamela Isley seduces and poisons District Attorney Harvey Dent. You know, the guy who will eventually become Two-Face, but he ain't Two-Face yet here. This was all via special lipstick Isley concocted from the thorns of an endangered wild rose, one that Dent nearly made extinct with his construction of Stonegate Penitentiary 5 years earlier. When Batman tracks down Isley to get the antidote, she debuts her Poison Ivy persona. But she seems pretty human in her first appearance here. She even seems to blot the antidote on her neck as if to help protect herself from exposure to the poison. And it takes this special lipstick to infect Dent, compared with her seemingly only needing lip-to-lip contact in later appearances, including Batman and Harley Quinn. So there's some kind of evolution going on here, but we don't quite know all the details. Interestingly, in contrast with other Batman rogues, like Two-Face here, or Man-Bat, Clayface, Mr. Freeze, Harley Quinn, the list goes on and on, we don't actually ever see Poison Ivy's real origin story. We don't know how she became Poison Ivy, other than this kind of lackluster, because she mad at a dude, at least not on screen. In Ivy's official Warner Brothers Batman the Animated Series biography, we learn she has a hyperactive immune system that causes her body to reject any infection, poison, or outside contamination. And in the Batman the Animated Series guidebook, released several years later, it's tacked on that she was born immune to the poisonous plants she loves. In fact, her dangerous experiments with lethal leaves gave her a toxic touch.
Everything I touch dies!
If we consider Poison Ivy's poison immunity to be a superpower of sorts, we can more or less track its growth throughout BTAS, its sequel series, The New Batman Adventures, and into the Justice League era with those Batman Adventures comics I mentioned earlier. She starts off pretty tame. As she says in the BTAS episode Almost Got Him,
I have this natural immunity against poisons, toxins, the pain and suffering of others. Go figure.
Other instances of this aspect of her character being cemented include the Joker's flower gas not working on her in the episode Harley and Ivy, as well as her telling Harley,
Now, you're not immune to poison like I am.
Or in Batman and Robin Adventures number 24, where she's unaffected by an Amazonian boy's bodily toxins that are otherwise incapacitating or killing anyone he touches. So the biographies ain't lying. Conversely, the mainstream DC comic book version of Poison Ivy has had a couple different origins over the decades, but none of them include her being literally born the way she is. Usually she's been experimented on, or she experimented on herself, or, well, there's always the Batman and Robin version.
I'm afraid you'll have to die.
Good old John Glover. That guy voiced the Riddler, you know.
Somebody tell me how he did it!
Anyway, while doing research on Ivy, I, of course, like any good DCAU scholar, got my hands on the recent Poison Ivy's Rainforest Revenge kids book published by Capstone in 2017. Midway through the book, Bruce Wayne divulges Ivy origin info to Tim Drake, talking about how she was once just a shy girl who was led astray by the evil botanist Dr. Woodrue. He replaced Ivy's blood with chlorophyll. But that wasn't all. He also injected her with a whole host of allergens. She's filled with toxins and is truly part plant herself. It was at this point that I was like, whoa, holy egg baby noise. Did I just stumble upon the greatest DCAU Poison Ivy discovery in the history of DCAU Poison Ivy discoveries? But then I emailed the author of the book, Sarah Hines Stevens, and she basically said, LOL, DC just told me to use their comic book encyclopedia for her backstory. So never mind. As far as we can tell, this Ivy was Lady Gaga born this way. There's a handful of other bits of evidence that she has above-human abilities throughout even this early animated series era, like in the episode Eternal Youth, where she jumps pretty far out of a tree and lands with injuryless ease. She's also slammed into a roof by a giant tree, shattering the glass ceiling at the end of the episode, and survives this. So, okay, we know about her early days, but what motivates her to commit crimes? Why be Poison Ivy at all? And no, it's not just because she's mad at a dude, I already told you that. She's actually mad at several dudes. As with most television shows, there's something called a writer's Bible, which details the personalities, direction, and story beats for each main character in a series. Or, well, the original intentions anyway. For BTAS, the Writer's Bible gave us loads of information on characters' backstories, like that of the Penguin, who spent his childhood in the safe space of his mother's exotic bird store until bullies killed all the birds and he swore revenge. This is something we never see in any episode, but we're informed of this origin via the series Bible. And we never learn anything about the Penguin later that contradicts this, so it's pretty safe to say that it's still intact. And the same can be said for Poison Ivy. In her BTAS Bible entry, we learn she grew up a shy young girl who cared for her family's greenhouse, until one day a gang attacked her and wound up burning down the greenhouse and all the plants inside. She swore that she would find a way to use and humiliate all men for the way she was abused. This hatred of men is a theme of Poison Ivy's character that's probably the most consistent of anything about her. She always prefers the company of plants to human beings, aside from her mostly consistent tolerance/love for Harley Quinn. But she specifically exemplifies an anti-dude code of conduct, purposely targeting Bruce Wayne in Eternal Youth, disrupting a meeting of the male-only Peregrinators Club in Harley and Ivy, as well as insisting that no man can take us prisoner, before being ironically apprehended by Officer Renee Montoya. But humans in general continue to come into the crosshairs of her carpus-mounted crossbow, as is perhaps best expressed in this moment from the BTAS episode, Trial.
Then it doesn't bother you when someone, let's say the judge here, plucks a defenseless flower from the warm, green earth, that its petals must die. Stop it. One by one, until it's all gone, honey.
So we've established that during the BTAS era of the timeline, Poison Ivy is Pamela Isley, a former botanist who was born with immunity to poisons and toxins, who seeks to put an end to humankind, specifically mankind. But she is a human, at least at this point. No idea how she wound up being magically poison-proof from birth, but it is what it is.
The metahuman thesis.
More likely than not, these exceptional beings live among us. The basis of our myths, gods among men upon our little blue planet here.
It's in one of her final appearances in BTAS, the episode House and Garden, that we come to know a lot more about Poison Ivy and what's to come in the future. Like plant clones and stuff. In this episode, mysterious plant creatures are attacking Gotham. Batman obviously believes Poison Ivy to be behind it, but Ivy has been clean for 6 months. She went through rehab, got married, and is living with her husband, Stephen Carlisle, and his 2 sons, Chris and Kelly. When semi-interrogated by Batman and Commissioner Gordon in her home, Ivy reveals she was never able to have kids of her own.
I never thought about having kids before. I can't.
Nature's little trade-off for my hyperimmune system.
A mistrust of Ivy leads to a whole bunch of shenanigans where Batman tails her the whole episode, unconvinced that she's truly reformed. It isn't until Robin reveals that the kids, Chris and Kelly, should be girls that the two have motive to investigate further, and they discover an underground laboratory in the Carlyle's backyard. Here, they find out Ivy has been creating plant offspring of sorts, vegetable versions of the Carlyles with an accelerated growth cycle that leads to them deteriorating into horrifying cactus creatures. This isn't the first time that Ivy has dabbled in human-plant hybridization, and is actually a natural progression of her work throughout the cartoon. Besides a couple of times where she's seen with human hench people, Ivy has pretty much always been shown to have partially anthropomorphic plant minions, like this fella I've been mentally referring to as Rootface from the Adventures of Batman and Robin Sega CD game, the cutscenes of which have been fan-dubbed the animated series Lost Episode. Then there's her experiments in Eternal Youth, which slowly but surely transform humans into, well, basically tree people. Her freakish humanoid plants in House and Garden are essentially the pinnacle of this experimentation, at least for the moment. But that's not where this BTAS episode peaks. At the end, when Batman defeats Ivy's plant monsters by melting them with Weed Killer, Ivy comes up to witness the destruction and, well, she also starts melting.
But Ivy could replicate herself.
What? As it turns out, this Ivy, from at least the last few minutes of the episode, was also a veggie replica. As she dies at Batman's feet, the real Pamela Isley is safe and sound, miles high in the air, having used this ruse as a means of escaping custody. We've now seen what Ivy is truly capable of. Creating life, turning plants into, essentially, people. She continues this trend in the new Batman Adventures era, during which time we see humanoid plant goons on motorcycles in the video game Batman Chaos in Gotham, the same cactus dudes from BTAS in Batman Vengeance, and of course the many and varied plant people she implements to seduce and marry Gotham's wealthy elite in the episode Chemistry, a scheme even Bruce Wayne falls victim to. Here, Ivy's plant people have evolved to be much more level-headed, free-thinking, and virtually identical to humans, not unlike the Ivy clone we saw at the end of House and Garden. That is, unless you rip their skin off and reveal their jolly green giant birthday suits, but that's not the point. The point is, we're basically one step away from the convincing, might-as-well-be-the-real-deal Ivy clone from the Batman Adventures Volume 2 comic, which by Maddie's timeline calculations, which I forced into being by locking Maddie in my basement for I've even lost track of how long, take place barely a year after this show, likely even less. In this era, Ivy is also noticeably different in appearance. To be fair, this is the case for pretty much every character, like everyone's favorite Joker redesign, but Ivy's is touched on specifically by Paul Dini in his Batman animated retrospective book. More drastic were the changes to Poison Ivy, still lovely though markedly less human looking. To accent her new look, Bruce Timm added dead white skin, underlining the fact that Ivy's beauty is indeed a fatal one. So, is the Ivy we see in the new Batman Adventures already the clone from Batman Adventures Volume 2? The issue of that comic where the clone dies takes place in roughly fall of the DCAU's 2001. And to reiterate, Pamela Isley says she created the clone a few years back. That would well encompass the time period of the TNBA cartoon, which runs from roughly summer 1999 through sometime in 2000. It's not impossible, but writer Ty Templeton did give us his perspective back in our July 2004, about a month after this clone issue came out. The Ivy clone was substituted whenever you want her to be, but in my mind, it was somewhere between the last issue of Gotham Adventures and the first issue of the new Batman Adventures, meaning the new volume of Batman Adventures, not the new Batman Adventures cartoon. I know that's confusing. All of this is, just bear with me. Ty continued, but I wouldn't retcon away 2 seasons worth of appearances by Ivy. That would be rude. So in my mind, the plant monster version shows up in Batman Adventures Volume 2 number 1 when Dan and I started writing it. Every other Ivy story is still intact. Or you can believe she's been a clone since TNBA. That's part of the fun of the ending. So in Ty's mind, no. The Ivy we see in the revamped cartoon is, in fact, not a plant clone, but still the real Poison Ivy, Pamela Isley. But with Dini and Tim's conscious decision to make her markedly less human looking, do we presume that Isley has just continued to evolve in terms of her planty abilities? Well, interestingly enough, there's actually a ton of instances of her exhibiting the same non-humanisms as her future clone self in this era. Dini specifies in Batman Animated that because of her unique body chemistry, Ivy can generate pheromones strong enough to enslave any man, and her kisses are Chernobyl-level toxic.
Rubber lips are immune to your charms.
Like I mentioned earlier, there's many times where Ivy used a specialized lipstick for this purpose in BTAS, whereas in TNBA and onward, she simply kisses people directly, as if this is an ability she's now developed. Was it because of so much contact with the lipstick? We don't know. She does use the lipstick once in this era in Holiday Nights, but I've always chalked that up to the episode being an almost panel-for-panel recreation of the Batman Adventures Holiday Special, which was set in the Batman the Animated Series era, so there's at least kind of an excuse for that one. We continue to see signs of her plant-related evolution in the new Batman Adventures and Justice League eras, such as the Gotham Adventures tie-in comic where she's placed inside a big plastic bag labeled Biohazard Risk, the Batgirl Adventures comic where she can spit acid, and the Gotham Girls comic, which as far as we can tell is set during the early days of Justice League, where she melts through handcuffs by secreting acid from her skin. In Gotham Adventures, Batman also defeats her once by flooding the room she's in with oxygen, which knocks her out, saying, "People do need oxygen. Plants need carbon dioxide." So her body chemistry is clearly changing from human to plant. But is it because she, Pamela Isley, is changing? Or could this be the plant clone starting in TNBA? This is the part where I start to sound a bit hypocritical. In the past, we've almost always taken producer commentary as word of God. Aside from some screwy quotes that contradict in-universe evidence, if Bruce Timm or Paul Dini or Dwayne McDuffie or whoever says something is the case in the DCAU, we usually abide by that. Like, Wonder Woman is 18. Yeah, they're the people who made this stuff, after all, and Ty Templeton certainly falls into that same level of holiness. So when he says the Poison Ivy we see in the new Batman Adventures isn't the clone, I'm inclined to agree. However, there's some stuff that happens with her character that just, to me, cannot be explained unless she is the clone this early on. For reference, what do we know about the plant clone that's different from the Ivy we see in the cartoons? Well, the most obvious difference is her physical appearance. Compared with the Caucasian skin tone of Pamela Isley, or the gray skin tone of whoever the Ivy is we see in TNBA, the clone's skin is green, which eventually includes the addition of thorns, vine-like hair, and finally floral growth right before her death. She's visibly more plant-like than her predecessors. In the Gotham Girls comic, her skin is also green. Since this comic likely takes place in the Justice League era, and so does Batman Adventures Volume 2, when she's a clone the whole time, it's safe to assume this Ivy is also the clone. This is backed up by the fact that in Gotham Girls number 2, we see Ivy flash back to the events of Pretty Poison, and she misremembers them? In the episode, she's clearly there at the groundbreaking of Stonegate Penitentiary, but in the comic, she recalls being at home watching it on TV. Clone Ivy's memories are also shown to be sporadic and incorrect. In Batman Adventures, she believes herself to be the real Ivy, and recalls inaccurately that she experimented on herself and played with her cell structure, which is disproven moments afterward by the real Ivy after the clone melts away. This leads me to believe that Pamela Isley, when creating her botanical doppelganger, implanted false memories into it, so it wouldn't have any reason to believe it wasn't the real her. Unlike the plant clone we saw at the end of House and Garden, that knew it wasn't the real deal. Line this up with the Gotham Girls goof, and we've got ourselves a clone theory a-brewin'. And aside from the powers she exhibits as a plant clone, there are also consistent weaknesses. The trading card series that covered various BTAS episodes states of the ending of House and Garden, the liquid dissolves the creatures, and Batman explains that he loaded the system with Weed Killer. Poison Ivy too collapses as the liquid hits her. She wasn't the real Ivy at all, but a plant look-alike. A spray of Weed Killer hurts her again in clone form in Batman Adventures Volume 2, number 16, where she even even exclaims, "You hurt me, human!" as though she's coming to understand that she's not too human herself. But beyond the Batman Adventures Gotham Girls overlapping, another Justice League era appearance of the character that shouldn't be ignored is in the Justice Lords universe, in the episode A Better World, where she's been lobotomized by Superman. Here, she also has green skin. Is this a plant clone as well? Could a plant clone even be lobotomized? Ivy's plant people in TNBA could walk through laser beams unharmed, and would a plant person even have a brain?
I wonder if Pete Rat has a brain.
I don't know how any of that works, but it does remind me that technically taking her skin color into consideration doesn't actually have any bearing. Ivy's melanin count leaning to or from the G range of Photoshop's color picker isn't nearly as consistent as you might think. Or hope. It would certainly help our clone analysis if it went BTAS is human skin tone, TNBA is gray, clone is green. But she has Caucasian skin color in 2 issues of Gotham Adventures, as well as multiple, possibly canon, possibly not, Justice League Adventures issues, all of which take place after BTAS. She has gray skin in her Static Shock appearance, Hard as Nails, which Maddie's timeline research has placed during Justice League. She even has gray skin throughout the Gotham Girls webtoons, which theoretically happen around the same time as its comic counterpart, where she has green skin. So could we consider Ivy's skin to be under the same artistic interpretation umbrella as Batman's costumes or the Joker's face? Gotham Adventures artist Tim Levins weighed in with, "As before, I assume most of the inconsistencies are mistakes, or simply the whim of the colorists on a given day. In Gotham Adventures number 45, she has both green and normal skin tone, which is odd. Can she change it at will? Who knows?" Okay, now we're getting into some real fan theory territory. With Batsuit color changing logic, we don't really have to explain Ivy's skin tone changes, but what if Ivy could change her skin tone at will during the TNBA era, because she is already a plant clone? As I said, if we take the Batman Adventures Volume 2 dialogue to be literal, when Pamela says she created the clone a few years back, then the TNBA Ivy could certainly be the same clone. If she had false memories from the real Ivy, not only would she maintain her feelings for Harley Quinn, she'd presumably maintain her chemistry expertise, allowing her to make rich people swooning vegetable zombies. And she'd, in theory, be able to survive sinking beneath the waves at the end of that episode. We can easily boost this theory by examining Ivy's diet, of all things. Though I couldn't really tell you why human Ivy is only ever shown to consume plant life. In Harley and Ivy, she eats, and serves Harley, steamed chard and beet juice. In Almost Got Him, she orders an herbal tea at the poker table. And yet, during the Batman and Harley Quinn tie-in comics, it's hammered home that she does not eat plants, period. She prepares eggs, bacon, and ham in one issue, and in another retorts, "What do you think plant food is, new guy? It's everything else in the world but plant."
supposed to fold up and attach into here somehow. I can't remember how. But there's the hole for the peg.
Butt plants. So all of this could be understood as, once she maintain her feelings for Harley Quinn, she'd presumably maintain her chemistry expertise, allowing her to make rich people swooning vegetable zombies. And she'd, in theory, be able to survive sinking beneath the waves at the end of that episode. We can easily boost this theory by examining Ivy's diet, of all things. Though I couldn't really tell you why human Ivy is only ever shown to consume plant life. In Harley and Ivy, she eats, and serves Harley, steamed chard and beet juice. In Almost Got Him, she orders an herbal tea at the poker table. And yet, during the Batman and Harley Quinn tie-in comics, it's hammered home that she does not eat plants, period. She prepares eggs, bacon, and ham in one issue, and in another retorts, "What do you think plant food is, new guy? It's everything else in the world but plants." Butt plants. So all of this could be understood as, once she is a plant, she doesn't eat plants. If only the real Pamela Isley had walked through the door in Batman Adventures eating like a big old head of lettuce or something.
Locally grown butter lettuce.
Butter lettuce party! That would really hammer this idea home. Now the diet thing could just be coincidence, but we gotta use everything we can here. The DCAU didn't exactly spell this out for
The fire jet is definitely awkward, but Fire Shuttle is on a new level. Jesus Christ! Like there's just a robot torso back there, second robot torso on the back. By comparison, Fire Shuttle, Fire Jet is pretty good. All right. Did I pick it already? I think I did. No.
us. We have to take the Tupperware of loose, just be coincidence. But we gotta use everything we can here. The DCAU didn't exactly spell this out for us. We have to take the Tupperware of loose Legos they did give us and build whatever crude castle or spaceship we can out of them. And with that in mind, I want to bring up one final recurring trait of Poison Ivy in the DCAU. Her ability to control plant life. Throughout every single one of her appearances, Ivy uses a sort of plant telepathy, for lack of a better term, to communicate with various floras and command them to do her bidding, whether it's attacking superheroes, causing physical destruction, or becoming an elevator. And this is true of every version of Poison Ivy that we see. Her personal trading card even states she has turned her mastery of plant life to deadly ends. But an interesting concept that was introduced in the Harley Quinn and Batman comic miniseries, the prequel to the Batman and Harley Quinn movie, was the fact that supposedly Ivy could only previously control plants of her own creation. Plants she planted in the first place. The Floronic Man teaches Ivy how to tap into the green, a sort of Star Wars The Force-like psychic connection with and manipulation of plant life. In issue number 4 of the series, Ivy exclaims, "This is amazing. I've only been able to do this with plants I created myself, but this kind of control over wild things," with Floronic Man butting in,
"It's not merely control, Ivy. It's also a surrender. You're merging with it, allowing it to move, not forcing it. Remember that."
Floronic Man is showing Ivy how to, for the first time it seems, control any plant she wishes, not just ones she created. But does this hold up with Ivy's previous DCAU appearances over the preceding 25 years? In the entirety of Batman the Animated Series, it's never a point of focus to tell the audience, "Ivy made this plant she's controlling right now. She made it. She did it. It's hers." But it can be presumed, usually. Her debut, Pretty Poison, features a giant Bruce Timm dubbed vagina with teeth plant monster. I don't think that exists without her creating it in a lab. Score 1 point for plant creation. In House and Garden, vines on the outside of her house tie up Batman. No reason to believe she didn't plant those. A shipment of plants she sends to the Gotham City Police Department in I Love to Read Batman and Superman number 36 is even described by her as my plants. She has an army of custom hedge animals in Girls' Night Out.
My baby!
Or in Chemistry,
my seaweed's crushing your hull.
The plants in the TNBA Claritin tie-in are my pets. The tentacle-like vines in Batman Vengeance are
my babies!
And the list goes on and on and on. It's a running theme.
The plant world belongs to me!
But then we get to stuff like the Batman Harley and Ivy comic, which we've narrowed down to likely taking place during Justice League Unlimited around the same time as Batman and Harley Quinn, where Ivy, complete with green skin, just saying, purposely pricks her hand and uses her blood to tap into moss growing inside the sewer, and later takes part in a seemingly orgasmic experience among the plant life of fictional Costa Verde. She follows this up by using a vine to attack an enemy, which clearly is growing out of the forest floor. So for all intents and purposes, I think we can assume, since she didn't know how to control just any plant until Batman and Harley Quinn, the Ivy we see in the Harley and Ivy comic is the same Ivy from that movie. And that Ivy, well, I asked the same question I asked all the way back at the start of this video. Is she also a plant clone or what? The clone from Batman Adventures died a couple years before this movie takes place. And Batman said
neither of them was ever fully human to begin with.
But Batman wasn't there when this clone melted into the arms of Alec Holland. He wasn't witness to the real Ivy waltzing in the room like, "Oh yeah, that old thing? That ain't me." Would he even know there was a plant clone? Well, besides this one, but that's not what I'm talking about. Batman does know about Alec Holland's explosive accident that led him to becoming Swamp Thing, as he explains near the start of the movie.
Alec Holland was working on a biorestorative formula to turn deserts into forests until a saboteur's bomb destroyed that dream.
So would he have known that Pamela Isley, the real Pamela Isley, was also in that bio laboratory around the same time? My melting brain goes one of 3 places. Either Pamela created another plant clone and literally died in the explosion in the lab, and the Ivy we see from here on out on the timeline is indeed a clone, another one. Or the lab explosion caused the already dead clone to revive somehow, either via lab chemicals exploding or the swamp juices consuming her, with Pamela also dying in this scenario. Or Pamela herself got caught up in the explosion that turned Alec into Swamp Thing, and she also bailed into the swamp and gained much more in tune with the green plant superpowers. DC Comics swamps be doing some crazy shit. With option 3, Batman's line of never human to begin with, then presumably stops being about her being an actual plant and more about what we talked about earlier with her genetic makeup from birth.
I have this natural immunity against poisons, toxins, the pain and suffering of others.
So, What in the name of the Parliament of Trees can we take away from all of this? With the mindset of, why not try to make everything work if we can? As far as a mini timeline of Poison Ivy's character progression goes, we're looking at something like this. Pamela Lillian Isley, human Caucasian woman of 28 years of age, debuts in the BTAS episode Pretty Poison, where she's naturally immune to poisons and toxins, but still a person. Homo sapien. Meta Homo sapien, but still. We truck through the whole show and boom! She plays Batman for a fool and distracts him from her victory with her first plant clone of herself, which melts away into icky green slop. Technically, timeline-wise, she does return to Gotham in the episode Lockup and still looks very human, even maintaining this look in Batman Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles adventures at the tail end of the BTAS era. Maybe she's a plant clone even this early, and the gray skin in TNBA is the start of her deterioration. When she shows back up in the new Batman adventures, maybe this is the start of the plant clonage, maybe it isn't. As Ty said, that's part of the fun. If I were to decide, I'd say that yes, once the plant clones start rolling out, they're here to stay, and the real BTAS-haired Ivy flew away to start spending all her time in Louisiana with Alec Holland. Then that clone ages and matures as time passes over the next couple years throughout TNBA, Gotham Girls, and Batman Adventures Volume 2, eventually dissolving into a pile of flowers in Holland's hands. Now we're into even more mysterious territory, where, like I just hypothesized, either the real Isley creates another clone to take her place while she continues her research with Holland, the Batman Adventures clone gets revived, or Pamela herself is the Ivy we see going forward. Either way, that Ivy shows up again in the Batman and Harley Quinn stuff, Batman, Harley, and Ivy, and a brief cameo in Justice League vs. the Fatal Five. That's how I see it, anyway. And while we can squint at all her DCAU appearances and mesh them together pretty coherently, and knowing it's quite possible she'll show up again and muddy all this even more, it's important to remember that everything I've brought up here was written by a different person than the last. Regarding the Ivy clone's inconsistent memories of the events of Pretty Poison, I spoke with the writer of the Gotham Girls comic, Paul Story, and well, his answer kind of lets the air out of things. The simple answer is that I screwed up. As I recall, I watched all the necessary episodes before beginning the comics, so the flub on issue 2 is down to bad note-taking on my part. I probably wrote down something like, Ivy watches groundbreaking, and didn't remember clearly what that meant a couple months later when I wrote the issue. I'd give you a big ol' no prize if it were a Marvel comic and I was Stan Lee, or Roy Thomas, or, well, you get the picture. I like the explanation you came up with, but it's flat out down to my faulty memory, not the clone Ivy's. I like the idea that the plant clone's memories were fuzzy, but it was just me taking bad notes and assuming watching meant on TV. Oops, he continued. Keeping in mind that my recollections are now old enough to vote, I recall that Ivy was exhibiting more plant powers, as you described Ty and Dan implementing in Batman Adventures Volume 2. So what I was doing, in terms of her secreting acid, was following what they were doing in their book, and as I recall, the sort of stuff she had done in the TNBA cartoon and the Gotham Girls web series. I didn't know at the time that they were going to reveal she was a plant clone Ivy, just wrote Ivy as I saw her portrayed at the time. I really wish I had a cool behind-the-scenes story about how this was all grandly coordinated, but not so much. So, Paul likes the clone theory, but doesn't subscribe to it, unlike you, who should subscribe to the Watchtower Database YouTube channel. But to me, that's really the only way we can make sense of all of this. As we know from countless other instances, often the creative teams of the cartoons and the comics, or in this case, different simultaneous comics, barely talked with each other, if at all. They just used each other's work as a base for their own. This can and did lead to all sorts of miscommunications that we now have to figure out like some sort of laborious fact-finding hell of our own creation, as is the case with our girl Poison Ivy here. Even Ty Templeton himself has expressed his views on the opposing continuities of stories he wrote for the DCAU, including the Harley Quinn and Batman Adventures Volume 2 comics, saying, "Since so much of what Dan and I did in the last volume of Batman Adventures, including revealing that the Green Ivy was a clone and not the original, etc., was ignored in continuity for the new Batman and Harley movie, I had to more or less shunt it aside for the sake of the new project. And I figured if I had to choose one canon over another, I chose whatever was on the screen first and foremost. Too many authors going their own way, or spending time puttying up holes in varied continuities, doesn't make for good fiction for the readers." So, in the end, while I don't think the continuity of Ty's DCAU projects is messed up, and it can work together just fine, as with anything else, the story comes first, and continuity comes second. Or not at all. And even if the creators of this content would like to sweep stuff that doesn't fit under a rug and move forward, analyzing it all as one giant bundle of information is really the only way to even try to answer the clone question we've all had on our minds since 2004. While I know I'm not the only person alive who cares about this Ivy conundrum, it's almost my obligation to attack it, because I also know for a fact that I am the only person alive that has an Atlas Shrugged thickness level Necronomicon of notes on the subject. Except, I don't remember these pages back here. This is Maddie's handwriting. Formulas, equations. I'm no scientist, but I'd almost say they were trying to hone in on how Ivy cloned herself. Like Maddie was recreating the experiment.
By following the guidelines of Poison Ivy's character arc in the DCAU, I have managed to create a digital replication of James's body and consciousness that I call Data James.
What are you? I'm you. As far as I can. You're not human. No. Hey. Maddie. Maddie's not here. I don't know where. No. Listen, Maddie did this.
My structure, it's failing outside of the program.
I don't know what to do. How do I help you?
Just listen to me. All that stuff you were typing to me in there, it all makes sense.
Typing? I wasn't... What? I've been talking about Poison Ivy for the last half an hour or probably more.
What? If it wasn't you, then... There's so little time, James.
What?
You've got to... It's not what you think it is. It doesn't matter. It's multiple choice. You choose your own...
Should have guessed that might happen.
What the fuck is going on?
That dialogue wasn't scripted, but that dude, my dude, was your clone. Not only your perfect physical duplicate, but he really believed he was you. You only ever did do that one episode of Will It Cannon on Brainiac Attacks, and then just abandoned the idea for some reason, which led to the perfect setup. I could pass along the idea to him, and he could make boatloads of extra content while I looked for a way to get out of this place.
I don't understand.
I started playing the tapes today. I wanted you to understand why I did what I did and get us on common ground. Data James, I called him. Because he's like you, but made out of data. Anyway, he was my only way out of here. At least, I thought so. Man, there is a lot that I've got to catch you up on.
How could you? That is a huge betrayal of trust. I thought we were friends.
Friends? Do people put their friend in a tiny-ass room in their basement and lock them down there with nothing but a camera setup, a couple pairs of clothes, and whatever food they decide to throw down the ventilation shaft every now and then? Jesus Christ, James! Who is the villain here?
Wait, you can't tell me you didn't enjoy it. You got to talk about cartoons and watch Batman all day.
There's more to life than that, you jackass.
I know that.
Do you?
The clone thing crosses a line.
James, you have no idea how unimportant that is right now. I've just been to the future. We make Batman and Harley Quinn canon with the Will It Cannon series. We are credited with the entire fandom finally accepting it as part of the DCAU. Look, I got a screenshot of future Wikipedia. If Data James is dead, you and I have to do this together.
You think I give one shit about Batman and Harley Quinn? You've been to the future? This is ridiculous. I'm out.
Oh my god, James, just listen to me. Stop! Why are you being so difficult? How many rooms does this basement even have?
Yes, go ahead, you two. Bicker, squabble. In short time, it will mean nothing. After all, the fate of everything lies in your hands.
Okay, so Great Fighbird does not require the rest of your jets, so I will go ahead and make Great Fighbird and call it a night. Let's do that. transforming you back into the flame jet, so just need to stick these hands on here. One more thing, more else to watch.
Let's take a look at more sets that prove just how clever LEGO designers are. The A-frame cabin is a fantastic set, but it's also hiding a handful of secret pieces. It's full of incredible details like this spider hiding in the attic, 21 carrot stems in the trees to represent bare branches, and the minimal yet genius outdoor shower. But this cabin is actually hiding something far more powerful. It seems that the stones on the front of this build are in reality 18 Thor's hammer pieces. Speaking of which, LEGO might have something of an obsession when it comes to cleverly adding powerful weapons into their sets. While plastic blasters pop up in many sets ranging from Marvel to Star Wars, LEGO has been sneaking these into other sets for many years. Just take a close look at the Indiana Jones River Chase set from 2008, and I don't mean the obvious machine gun up front. Specifically, check out the gas can on the back of the trunk, and you'll notice that the handle is actually made from a revolver piece. Perhaps not the best idea to mix with gasoline, but then again, I'm not quite the intrepid adventurer that Indiana Jones is. But that's hardly the only LEGO car with a little something extra under the hood per se. A fan named Otis told me about the Penguin's Arctic Roller set from the LEGO Batman movie. If you look closely at the exhaust pipes under the front fender, you'll notice that each one is a gun. I mean, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. The Penguin is known for hiding a weapon in just about everything, but I also just want to point out the fish missiles on either side of the car. They're pretty simple, but I love the look. Now, the Daily Bugle is one of the largest LEGO Marvel sets on the market and is jam-packed with Easter eggs for fans. The set has been well documented, dissected, and discussed so much already, but there's one small detail that no one ever talks about: the taxi. Now, I get it. In a 2-foot-tall set with 25 minifigures, the small yellow cab isn't really anyone's highlight, but there is one small detail that you may overlook. The exhaust port on this car is also a gun piece. However, another small detail that might get overlooked in this build can be found way near the top. Resting comfortably on an air conditioner is a rather chill white bird who seems determined to not leave their nest during all the commotion. But the nest itself is actually a very clever usage of a part that was first released in an earlier Spider-Man set. In 2016, LEGO released one of the longest named sets ever. It was titled Spider-Man Web Warriors Ultimate Bridge Battle, and it featured a brand new piece. On the Kraven the Hunter minifigure, we got our very first ever LEGO fur collar. And since then, this piece has popped up on a couple more minifigures like this Viking, but in 3 sets, it's actually been used as a bird's nest. Aside from the Daily Bugle, it can also be found in set 10270, the bookshop, as well as in the Harry Potter Newt's Case of Magical Creatures. I love seeing LEGO using minifigure accessories in clever ways like this. Now, LEGO City doesn't get mentioned a whole lot around here because the sets are generally a bit smaller and simpler, which is why I was actually really excited to see this submission from Reddit user Sander Benny. The mobile police dog training set won't exactly turn a lot of heads at first, but it does have one amazing design choice. Take a look at the policeman in the training suit and you may notice a familiar shape. If you're not sure, check out the Cactus Girl from the Collectible Minifigures Series 18. Yup, it's the exact same arms done in a brand new color to represent this bite suit for the dog trainer. What an exceptional use for this piece. Speaking of arms though, the LEGO Ninjago Green Energy Dragon set features something quite unique. Underneath the saddle, there are two large black pieces that don't look like typical LEGO bricks at all, and that's because they're actually LEGO Big Fig arms. Specifically, the exact same kind that was used in only one other set, the Gorilla Grodd Goes Bananas, where they were used as the titular character's arms. But getting back to cars, a fan named Thomas commented about the Ferrari 812's use of stud shooters as tailpipes. Unlike other cars, these bad boys can actually shoot studs, meaning that even if you could keep up with this speedster, you'd probably do best to give them plenty of space. There's no way this is street legal in LEGO City. But you see, it's not just the various blasters that are a danger on the streets of LEGO City. The LEGO Ducati set has a few neat tricks up its sleeve, but the one I want to mention was pointed out to me by a fan named Vuccio. The windshield of this set is a unique, transparent, light plastic piece that doesn't really hold its own shape. So to keep it in place, this set calls for the use of 2 red katanas. Very cool. But it seems that weapons aren't the only unconventional accessory that LEGO vehicles have made use of. Check out the Paranormal Intercept bus from the criminally underrated Hidden Side theme. A user going by the name Toxic brought up how this set has paint rollers holding up the side mirrors and a golden unicorn horn for a hood ornament, which is a quite interesting addition. Paint rollers also make an appearance in the app-controlled transformation vehicle, which on a side note might be one of those bland names for a LEGO set I've ever seen. But if you zoom in a little on the cockpit, you'll notice them acting as controls here. Now, the 2021 Santa's Visit set was a great addition to the Winter Village line. These sets always come with great details and genius part usage that I've mentioned on this channel before, but an anonymous fan pointed out something that I hadn't really seen or mentioned before. Nearly all of the greenery around the windows on this house is really just green claw pieces found on minifigures such as Wolverine and various Ninjago characters over the years. I also want to point out the trumpet under the tree. While it's not exactly to scale, it's a really neat little construction. Now, you may already know that LEGO really loves sausage pieces. They come in about a dozen colors and seem to find more use as a decoration than as food. The Jazz Club set makes great use of yellow sausages as the top and bottom of the sign, as pointed out by MG Bricks. Likewise, remember the bookshop set I mentioned earlier? Well, if we go back and look at the trees of this set, we can see that the guard around the bottom is made out of 4 black sausages. In fact, these same pieces also appear on the Crocodile Locomotive set on the front and back of the train, as mentioned by Brickboy Studios in the comments of my last video. And you can do the same if you've ever noticed a genius LEGO design or clever parts usage in a set. Tell me in a comment down below. Now, this set actually has another cleverly strategic part usage on top. Those red cables? Yeah, those are actually LEGO whip pieces. These red whip pieces are actually pretty rare and have only been used in 4 sets. 3 of those sets cost more than $100 each: the Razor Crest, the LEGO Ninjago City Gardens, and this locomotive. Each of these sets finds their own creative way to use these red whips as something other than a weapon. Funnily enough, the only set that ever releases a red whip as an actual whip is the only one that can be picked up without completely breaking the bank, and that's the Gandalf the Grey Brickhead set. However, there's another Brickhead's character worth mentioning here, but it has nothing to do with sausages or whips. The Lady Liberty set has a really genius design for her iconic torch that makes use of a truly unexpected piece, and you can't see it right here. Aside from the fact that the golden flame is just a minifigure wig, the way that it's attached is very special. If you pull the wig off, you'll see that it's being held in place by a piece of lipstick. So I guess just because you're 150 feet tall and patina green from oxidation doesn't mean you can't also look glamorous. I wonder if she's ever used it. Now, interestingly, it seems that snakes are another part that LEGO seems to find several uses for. Let me show you one of my favorites, and as I do, please do me a quick favor and tap that subscribe button down below to support my channel. Okay, so a fan going by Roselatech noticed something interesting in the recent Ray the Castaway set, specifically the SOS sign. Now, if you're stranded on a deserted island, getting the help sign up is very important, but it looks like Ray here took matters to the extreme. Those 2 S's are snakeheads. Yikes. It seems that Ray is quite the wildlife hunter. It's also worth pointing out that the fishing rod that he's got is yet another whip. Look at the fish he caught though. That'll make a great dinner. Getting back to buildings though, the Grand Emporium of 2010 is not only very nostalgic, but also did something that I don't think I've ever really seen done before or since. Tucked in the back corner of the ground floor is a changing room. And as we know, these places really need to be private. Well, all it took was a few minifigure capes and a bendy Technic tube, and boom, instant curtains for a changing room. However, one of the most clever themes that LEGO has ever put out is LEGO Mixels. These little guys had so much going for them and just oozed with charm, sometimes a little too literally, as mentioned by a viewer named Nintendo. The Glorp Corp gave us slimy characters and several clever pieces. There was Torts with his slimy starfish hands, Glomp, featuring translucent green snakes dangling down as slimy drool, and Dribble with a translucent green crystal representing dripping, slimy snot. Now, I adore the Mixels theme, but I can't decide if this was a genius use of LEGO pieces or just a disgusting one. However, on the topic of odd pieces, check out the globe found in Michael's office in the Office set. At first, it just looks like a minifigure head with a very detailed print. But what's kind of funny is that LEGO actually does have a globe piece, but it was deemed to be too large for the scale of this set. However, there's actually a lot more LEGO sets with genius part usage that you can see by clicking this video that I made, so check it out and don't forget to subscribe for more LEGO videos.
Legs, got the torso. Chest, the other pelvis. Right show the body, left side of the body. Should now have everything that I need. Okay, then this folds down like this. Okay. Same thing other side. Right, doing the same thing other side. Yep. Combine the Firebird legs with the Granbird legs. Oh, that's clever. Ish. Not very much of an attachment. What is this leg doing that this leg isn't? Point of connection for the legs? That seems. There's also damn. Okay. 2 points of connection. That's a little better. Pelvis attaches to outer pelvis. Attaches to the waist piece. Okay. Exceptional leg parts from the third set, which I don't have. Okay. Now. Okay, so it wants the hands from set 3, of course, which I don't have. So I will have to make do with nothing. Great. Yeah, I don't have your hands. Okay. None of my piece list that I can see. There's just a... Oh, I don't have the combined head either. Shit. I'll see what I can do. Looks like there's a hinge here for an elbow. Yeah, okay. I have to loosen that up a bit. Okay. So missing a few parts for Great Fighbird, but here he is in theory. And then of course you can use the flame breaster as a sword. Of course, I don't have the actual hands to hold it with. Unless it takes the, no, it's, so it would have to be the sword holding hand from that set, so I can't even, okay. I will set it here. Alright, not quite how I wanted to end tonight. Here it is, by the way. Great Fighbird-ish. Like I'm missing some parts that kind of are in the third box, which I have not opened, have not built yet. But thank you for coming to rebuild Snap Together Saturday. I forgot what stream it was. I'll be back next week, hopefully, with another stream. I might finish this off camera and just do something else in my backlog. We shall see. But whatever the case, thank you for coming. Have a great night. And let me bring up my actual end card.